Hi everyone, welcome to this model where we talk about the basics of social media management. I'm sure you must be wondering, hey God, don't worry, I promise you, I'm going to cut to the chase and not talk too much, okay? So let's just go into it. So social media management is the process of creating, publishing, promoting, and managing content across social media channels like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, Pinterest, TikTok, Snapchat, whatever thing. And your social media management jobs come with a variety of titles like community manager, social media strategist, social media specialist, and so much more, depending on what you want to call yourself. They all have one thing in common, which is they are people who are hired when a brand or business wants to grow or thrive on social media. That's why I always tell social media managers, my social media managers that I train, that you should not let the client drop the ball. Don't ever drop the ball for the client. Don't. Make sure that you're the one always holding the ball, or you and your clients are holding the ball like this. Don't ever drop the ball for the client because they came to meet you because they need you to grow and thrive on their business. If they could do it themselves, they wouldn't have come to you for your services. So they are not going to hire you if they don't need your help. Trust me, people are not going to hire you if they don't need your help. So if a business wants to grow and thrive on social media, or a brand, that's when they employ the services of a social media manager, and that's where you come in. So you need to know that. Okay, now what steps do you need to take when you're starting out as a social media manager? There are different steps that you need to take when you're starting out, and a lot of people don't know they are supposed to take these steps, and that's what we're going to be talking about here. Number one, you need to ask yourself, why are you thinking of a career in social media management? Are you thinking of a career in social media management because Balaji is a social media manager, or because Balaji says this is how much she has made as a social media manager? You need to be honest with yourself and ask yourself if you can honestly see yourself doing this job and growing as a social media manager into a social media coach. Because trust me, you need to be patient. Because some clients will test you, your parents will test you, your siblings will test you when you have to create content. So you need to be honest with yourself. Do you really see yourself growing in this space? Can you represent businesses on social media platforms? Can you add value and still enjoy the process? You need to ask yourself these questions. And if you're passionate about social media, you will succeed as a social media manager. You will definitely succeed, because for someone like me, it is very easy for me to show up online because I am passionate about it. I love creating content. I don't see it as a job. I don't see it as a chore. It comes easy to me. So you need to ask yourself this. Take a deep breath. Ask yourself, why do I want to go into social media? Is it because it's new oil money? Is it because everybody's making money from it? Because everybody's doing it? So why are you thinking of a career in social media management? You need to ask yourself this question. The second thing, you need to get the foundation and required basic knowledge, which you are doing, because I'm giving you the foundation and the required basic knowledge you need to start as a social media manager. You don't have to know it all when you're starting out, but you need to know enough. You need to know the basic things like creating a content calendar, how to create a simple strategy. You need to know exactly how to do these things. And it is impossible to know it all when it comes to social media. Trust me, because I am still learning. It is very, very impossible for you as a social media manager that says, oh, I'm a social media manager that knows it all. Because trust me, the algorithm is still changing. And social media is constantly in a state of flux. And there's always something new to learn, especially on Instagram. So pay for training, buy courses, and don't stop learning. I am still buying courses, and trust me, I am always learning, because the day you stop learning, you don't have anything new to present to your audience. So you need to read as much as you can, watch as many videos as you can. And at the end of the day, you are selling yourself and what you know about social media. So you need to make sure that whatever you sell is quality. And to be able to deliver quality service to your clients, to your students, to whoever you are delivering to, you need to keep on learning. And the only way you can keep on learning is by getting the foundation and the required basic knowledge from books, from courses, from PDF files, from newsletters, from blogs. Just need to keep on learning. You need to keep on learning to get knowledge. Okay. And the next thing you need to do is get some experience. So you could offer your services for free to your family and friends who have businesses. You can do this when you're first starting, and you'll be gaining experience and building a portfolio to lead to more businesses and referrals in the long run. So you can offer your services to your friends or businesses for free, and make sure that you let them know it's only for a specific period of time, because people don't know where to stop. Trust me, they don't know where to stop. Then you need to put your social media accounts in order. And this is where people will go to check you out first. And it is also a very good place to showcase your expertise. And it doesn't matter, trust me, it doesn't matter about having thousands of followers. They will come organically. I never thought I will get to this point in my life, my social media life, to be honest. And it takes time. You need to know that it takes time. And what is important is your social media is well organized, regularly updated, engaging, and provides good content. You don't really have to do what Bala is doing to be a social media manager. You really don't. Trust me. And number 5, you need to network online and offline. Join communities. Make sure you join the social media even communities, the community for social media managers. We have over 2,000 people currently on that group. So networking events are a great place to start. So you find out that once you get your first few clients, you get referred by more if you're really good. That's if you have quality. That's if you've gotten the basic required knowledge. So these are 5 steps to take when you want to start out as a social media manager. So the next thing you need to know is what skills do you need to cultivate as a social media manager? What skills do you need? Okay. Now, a day in the life of a social media manager is going to look different depending on who you ask. If you ask me, a lot of social media managers work 8 to 10 hours. And I can tell you the days I work 8 to 10 hours are the days when maybe I have projects. Okay, so for example, days like today when I have to record, do a lot of recordings and all. And while some social media managers may spend time on daily account management, some social media managers may be developing strategies, while others may be running ad campaigns, others may be doing influencer marketing. So depending on who you ask, the day is always different. So you need to ask yourself, what kind of social media manager am I going to be? Once you've discovered that, okay, this is the kind of social media manager I want to be, go back to the services. Once you've decided, you now know, okay, this is the skill I need, and this is one I need to develop, okay? So some of the most essential skills to cultivate as a social media manager are, number 1, you need to never stop learning. Never, ever stop learning. Successful social media managers are serious about their ongoing education, focus on becoming experts in their industry. You want to be an expert. You look up to me. A lot of people that are in this course look up to me and want to become experts in this industry. So you need to keep on learning. Don't ever stop learning. And you need to invest in online courses. Trust me, there's some online courses that you will buy that will be like, I shouldn't have just kept my money, or I should have gone to use my money to eat or something. And you need to get certifications. Certifications don't actually really matter, but sometimes you need them. And that's why we're giving certificates. You need to attend workshops. You need to attend conferences. It's never, ever stop learning. Then stay on top of industry trends. Social media platforms and user behaviors are constantly changing. So you need to keep your finger on the pulse of the industry to effectively serve your clients. You need to keep your finger on the pulse of the industry. And some of the best ways to do that is by signing up for newsletters, following social media experts like me, and relevant Google alerts. Don't just sign up to anyhow newsletters. You want to sign up to the ones that actually benefit you. So you need to stay up on industry trends. You need to know when Instagram has released the new updates and what that means for your clients, what that means for the brand or businesses that you're managing. Number 3, you need to create a social media marketing strategy. We're going to talk about that. We're going to have a practical session on that also. Social media managers know how to leverage social media platforms to help others reach their goals. So whether your client wants to build brand awareness, capture more leads, or make more sales via social media depends on what you discuss in your onboarding session. So creating a rock solid social media strategy is how you communicate your plan for achieving those goals. You need to create a rock solid social media strategy for your clients so that you know exactly how they plan on achieving those goals. You need to know how to create that. These are some of the basic things you need to know how to do. Number 4, you need to be creative. At its core, social media is all about creating content. That is writing, design, photography, videography, and all and everything. Whether the goal is to master the Instagram algorithm or to build a Facebook strategy, brands need to post what people need to see. And that's where you come in. You need to create content for that brand or business that you're managing so that the post you put out is what people want to see. People that follow that brand, that's the kind of post they want to see. So when it comes to social media skills, creativity is particularly versatile. My creativity differs from your own. So you need to actually understand the brand during your onboarding session, the tone of voice that they want to use when you're creating this kind of content for them. Now, creativity helps social media managers develop innovative, risk-taking social media campaigns. Trust me, not every social media campaign you develop is going to work. Create visually appealing multimedia content when to join trends and all. Consider every aesthetic detail of a social post, from image to links to formatting of the copy. Lead productive brainstorms that bring out their teammates' best ideas. That's if you work with a team, if you work in a company and there's like a team of people that you have to work with. Hone and expand their brand voice and persona. The brand's voice and the brand's persona. You as a social media manager, your creativity should help you do this. And in the end, social media is an art as much as it is a science. So social media managers need enough creativity and creative freedom to get the job done. You need enough creativity and enough creative freedom to get the job done. Number 5, you need to be discerning. Social media moves first, and not every tweet or comment should go through the multi-level vetting and editorial process, meaning you don't have to send every tweet or every comment to your clients for them to vet before you reply or anything, for them to at all. So you should be able to discern, okay, this is what my clients will say, this is how my clients should do. And I always advise during the onboarding session to ask your clients, okay, frequently ask questions about their brand and the replies, so that you don't have to go back to them, run back to them. It makes you look really tacky, like you don't even actually know what it is you're doing. So social media managers need good judgment and knowledge to make decisions in a timely way. And that is, a brand or business should be able to trust their social team, which is you, and maybe other people if there's not a team, to think before they hit send. So you should think before you reply to somebody, even if you're triggered, okay? Of course not. Of course, not only do social media managers need to know how to conduct themselves to prevent bad PR crisis, they should have the skills to handle a full-blown social media crisis. When there's a full-blown social media crisis, you should actually have the skills to handle it, okay? Now, planning social media marketing calendar and scheduling content. What you post and how often will depend on your client's goals and social media strategy. That's why you need to know all this. And we're going to discuss it in the practical session where we create a basic social media strategy. You might be posting 3 times per week or every single day, depends. And managing and scheduling social media content is easiest when you're using platforms like Hootsuite, Later, Buffer, or Facebook Creator Studio, like I do. And these third-party tools allow you to create social media marketing calendars in advance. And they also allow you to share a preview with your clients to review and approve them. And then you post automatically. If you're a social media manager and you're posting from the app immediately, like you're just posting without scheduling, you're going to be tired. You need to be able to schedule your content in advance so you can have more time to serve more clients. Number 7, develop a talent for content writing. If you're not good with writing, you need to learn, whether it's an Instagram caption or email newsletter or a reply to a tweet or a Facebook ad. Everything we do on social media is copy. So you need to learn how to write. Social media managers should be able to communicate clearly and easily adapt to a client's brand voice when creating any sort of copy for social media. Meaning, writing for social media requires multiple skill sets. So you need to be able to write a killer call to action, speak emoji fluently. Yes, you need to speak emoji fluently. The laughing, and all emojis have a meaning, but not obnoxiously, and avoid typos, because no, you cannot edit a tweet. We still cannot edit a tweet, even though we can edit Facebook, Twitter, and everything. You still cannot edit a tweet. And I don't think you can edit a TikTok caption yet. So you need to make sure that you don't have typos, okay? Agility. Often, social media managers are doing 7 things at once, if not more than 7. And they're still maintaining spare capacity because there's always a chance that they need to take on an 8 because something will always come up. Trust me, it's that the algorithm changes, your client needs to run something will always come up. Small emergencies and unexpected opportunities come with the territory. So you need to be prepared. You need to be agile. And the best social media pros can address these situations as they arise and go with the flow without sacrificing your long-term goals. Yeah, you can go with the flow. You don't have to say no to everything. Sometimes you just let the clients have their way, okay? So you need to be agile. Number 9, understanding and reporting analytics. We have that session where you're going to learn how to create an analytics report. So your clients want to know exactly how your social media efforts are moving them closer to their overall goals. So social media managers need to understand how to track and evaluate social media data that matters the most, then share that information with their clients in a clear and concise way. I am going to give you one video that I give the blueprint people, the people in the blueprint course, on how to analyze data And there are so many third-party apps that can help with this. We have Later, Upsells, Facebook Creator Studio. I use Facebook Creator Studio, Square, Preview, Agora Pulse, and they offer an easy way to collect social media analytics. So you can use that, but most of these are paid for apart from Facebook Creator Studio. Okay. Nailing a discovery call. We have a discovery script attached to this on how to nail a discovery call. And we're going to do a demo on how to nail a discovery call. So you get to know exactly how you should nail a discovery call. And getting on the phone with a potential client can be super awkward and maybe a little stressful. Trust me, I've been there, done that. But practice makes perfect. And this is a skill every social media manager will want to make sure that they nail. You want to make sure that you nail this skill. You need to be able to get on that call and nail it. So we have a set of questions that I've used, has worked for so many other people, that you can use to nail your discovery call. Okay. Now, social media managers wear a lot of hats. Trust me, this list is just the beginning, and we could go on and on. However, by working to first develop the skills listed above, you will be well on your way to a long and successful career as a social media manager. It is also important as a new social media manager to prioritize the things you need to know versus those you want to learn. You need to prioritize the things you need to know and those you want to learn, because it's not everything that you need to know. Meaning the same way that it's not every social media expert that you listen to out there. You need to prioritize the things you need to learn and the things you need to know. So have a list, the things I need to learn and the things I need to know. Do you understand? Number one, writing a proposal for your services you offer. You are sure to be contacted about your fee structure and services offer as soon as you announce that you're a social media manager, either in person or online. Warm leads are usually the first to contact you. And these warm leads are your friends and your family. They're the first to contact you once you're like, okay, I am just starting a career in social media management. And for potential clients, you need to know how to create a customized proposal. You need to know how to create a customized proposal. I teach this in the blueprint, but you have a template that you can use. To accomplish this properly, you need to have a discovery call with this potential client. Always keep this discovery call to about 30 minutes by phone or video call. The discovery script is attached in the resources section. And your goal for this meeting should include understanding their marketing budget, getting to know their social media accounts, finding out what their current social media marketing efforts are, identifying their social media goals. You need to ask questions about this. Now, once you have the answers to these few questions, you can write a proposal for this potential client. You should always have custom proposals for each client. You shouldn't just send out a proposal without having a call first. Your new social media manager should experiment with proposal templates. You have two that are attached here that you can experiment with. And your proposal templates could be PowerPoint with graphics, documentations. It can be a document in Microsoft Word, PDF with images designed in Canva. Whichever way you choose to create a proposal, I always recommend that you deliver it via email. Are you listening? Not WhatsApp. Via email, so that you have an email thread within 72 hours of your discovery meeting, with a plan to follow up within another 72 hours. Okay. Now, developing a social media strategy for clients. As a new social media manager, it is important to understand how social media marketing relates to traditional marketing techniques like news, billboards, buses, and all, and to be able to create an overall social media strategy. Rather than guessing which social channels will work for their industry, you should do a deep dive into what's working with their direct competitors and others in their industry. You should do that. We have a sheet in the resources section that would help you with that. And it will be ideal for every social media manager to create a written social media strategic plan for every new client to take. That's what I tell my clients. No two strategies are the same. And I tell people that, can I see a strategy template you've created? No two strategies are ever the same, because every client is different. Every client that is selling the same thing, we are all different because they think differently. God is so wonderful. As a new social media manager, I recommend performing a quick social media audit on the company. You're going to learn how to run a social media audit in the later part of this course, reading up on current social trends, and meeting with whoever was running the social media account before you took over. That's if you can, but most of them will not let you do that. And this will allow you to get the feel of your client's voice and the audience. A newcomer to social media needs a written strategy. That's somebody that doesn't have any social media accounts or just wants to start over again. Be sure to always insist on it. Number 3, setting up Facebook Business Manager and Ads Manager. As a social media manager, you will come across a wide range of clients, and you will need to take the lead on setting things up for your clients right from the start, since some of them won't even have any social media management presence at all. And they might be new to all things digital. Online presences that aren't properly set up or even set up at all require extra attention upfront. And it might be necessary for you to set up a social media account to get started with your social media marketing. Social media platforms, Google Analytics, Business Manager for Facebook, Facebook Ads Manager, automated customer support chatbot. And you'll be very surprised that a lot of people that have the Facebook page that do not have an ads manager or a business manager. So setting up Facebook Business Manager and Facebook's Ad Manager should be prioritized among the above mentioned services, these ones that I've mentioned here. And you save a lot of time and frustration if you do this correctly, not to mention money due to lost advertising accounts. Trust me, you don't want to make those mistakes of running ads with your own account as a social media manager. Okay. Now, social media content planning. As part of your job, social media managers develop social media content calendars, and it is usually done weekly or monthly. And you, the social media manager, and your clients must communicate before, during, and after the process. You must communicate before, during, and after the process. And you can create a social media content calendar using Google Doc, or you can use tools like Asana, Notion, Trello, Google Sheet, and Airtable. But don't worry, not to worry. We're going to teach you how to create with Google Sheets, Airtable, and Trello. Google Sheets, Airtable, and Trello. That's the one I use. I'm still not figured out Asana and Notion, but yeah, those ones will work for you very well. And you also get access to the template for free, the Bank on Content Calendar template for free for 2022. Okay. Now, content for all social media platforms should be included in the client's content calendar. Some clients want the final say in the editorial content calendar, but not all clients. So make sure you communicate clearly whether your clients want complete control over their content. Now, measuring the return on investment of social media. Starting with a social media audit and a social media plan is the only way for you, the new social media manager, to measure ROI. If you don't know where you are at the beginning and you don't have clear goals in mind, you have no idea when you've reached the finish line. Trust me, you will have no idea when you've reached your finish line. If you start right, almost everything you do as a social media manager can be measured. Access to Google Analytics will make your job easier, as well as setting up Facebook Pixel and having full access to all social media profiles. You should provide monthly reports to each client. Not to worry. I'll teach you that in the course. We have a model where you're going to learn how to create analytics reports. All right. Facebook Pixel deals with people that have websites. So what are the best ways for a new social media manager to learn more skills? You can test new features by creating your social media accounts. And the only way to learn more skills is to try with your own account. If you're interested in running Facebook ads, try running ads for your own business first. And once you've completed a class or an online course to test your knowledge, you can just apply what you've learned. Do you have a client who needs a video editor? You can try editing your video first, or you can take an online course and then create videos for your own business. Doing is learning in our industry, and learning is doing. Trust me. Last but not the least, connect with people in communities. If you're not on the social media even group, make sure to join. I'm going to attach a resource so that when you click on it, it takes you directly to the Telegram group. And there are many of us in the trenches, and we should support one another and share knowledge. Let's support one another and share knowledge. And I'll see you guys in the next module. Welcome to Module 3, where we talk about onboarding new clients as a social media manager. I'm sure you must have heard, what is onboarding? You keep hearing you have to onboard clients and all. So I'm going to give you a breakdown of how you should onboard your clients. So what is onboarding? In many ways, onboarding is the cornerstone of a successful client relationship. So if you're looking to have a successful client and social media manager relationship, you have to onboard. So when you're onboarding a new client, you should ensure that expectations are clearly defined on both sides and that everything you need is there to ensure success. Meaning that your client knows that it is A, we are doing O, we are not doing B. We are doing C, we are not doing D. You have to make it clear. That's why the onboarding session is actually very important. Now, how do you streamline the onboarding process for new clients? It may take some time to build an automated onboarding process in the beginning. It took me years to actually figure out my onboarding process, but every single time I keep upgrading it. So in the long run, it's always worth it. And once you already automated your onboarding process, you easily save roughly 75% of the time that you would have spent briefing clients manually. Additionally, automating the process eliminates mistakes. So once you've automated the process, you won't make the same mistakes over and over again. Now, let me show you an onboarding process that it is simple yet personal. Let's get into it, shall we? Now, you want to create and use a lead generation form. You want to use a lead generation form. And before I dive into whatever it's on this slide and the other one, you're starting out, you want to either use an Airtable form, you want to either use a Google form, or you want to either use a type form. Those work very well. An Airtable form, a Google form, or a type form. Getting to your clients is the first step towards building a relationship. Therefore, the getting to know you step is crucial. It is very crucial. You need a lead form, like you need a form where they can put in information. And you can use Google form or type form if you don't have a website yet. Keep it short and sweet, just enough to capture the essential information that you need to pre-qualify your prospects. You don't have to take on everybody that fills in the lead form, okay? Now, you can start by requesting the following information: what their first name is, their last name. You can skip that, it's not compulsory, but you just need to know the name of the person, the name of their company or their brand, their contact information, immediate need or budget. You can keep this lead form on your bio. So for somebody like me, I use what's the name of your brand, your Instagram page, Instagram handle, email address, what do you need, which of my services do you need urgently, and what is your budget like. Then a contact information, that's a phone number, on how to contact them, because not everybody reads their email. So for budget, why budget is necessary is you don't want to waste your time if your clients cannot afford you. You don't want to waste your time. So if the client falls within your budget, then you strike up a conversation. But if they don't fall within your budget, you can also send them an email and tell them, oh, you've reviewed your lead form, but they don't fall into your budget list, okay? Number 2, discovery call. It is time to e-meet your new client. The client that's filled your lead form, it's time to e-meet this client. And when a prospect contacts you, the next step is to get them on the phone with you. You want to get them on the phone with you, or a call, a Zoom call, Google Meet. You want to get them. Thank them for their request and provide a link to your online calendar scheduling form so that they can schedule an initial meeting with you. Before, I always put the Calendly form in my link, but when I discovered that a lot of people will fix up meetings and don't show up. So you only send a link after you've seen that, okay, this is the client that wants to meet with me and everything, and tell them to pick which days, after you've set the days that you are available on, pick which days and everything. You should take this opportunity to get to know each other, but also to set expectations. And when they become one of your clients, they'll probably receive a long intake form. So you want to let them know that in the discovery call. It's time to put your new client at ease about that. Once you know that, okay, this is the client I'm going to take on during your discovery call. Certainly, the intake form can seem overwhelming, but it is the best use of our time. So you let them know that, okay, I'm going to send you an intake form, but you don't send the intake form until payment has been made. By using this form, I prevent myself from having to ask you for something, or us both spending hours going back and forth on email to get all the assets. So you've already warned your client that this will take some work, and you just made your life easier by automating the entire client intake process. Okay. Now you need to send out your proposal and execute a contract. Yeah. Send out your proposal with the price list and everything. Before you send your intake form, you're sending out your proposal first. And there are 2 types of proposals that I advise you to use that actually exist. The choose your package one, they can choose your package, and your recommendation, that's the custom solution proposal. And both versions can be prepared as templates. I have some of them as templates, but you get access to one in the research section. The choose your package option is the easiest, and you can include all the packages and let the client choose which package you want. So the choose your package option is the easiest one. So once you talk to the client, you let them know that, okay, these are the offers that your custom packages, and this is the one that you think would go with their brand and what they're all about. While the what we recommend is a bit more involved, you can still have the template ready and simply add the custom piece. That's the normal packages that you have before you send it out. Then you want to add like a visual roadmap to your onboarding form. So how the things will go. So how you move from discovery call to onboarding form, from lead form to onboarding to discovery call, from discovery call, send out proposal, from proposal, once payment is made, you send out the contract, once contract is agreed on, you send out your onboarding intake form, the longer one, and this is basically your entire onboarding process. And if you ask me how long does it take, most times 2 weeks. And it depends on how fast the client replies. So I would say maximum 2 weeks. 2 weeks, yeah. Finally, add a visual roadmap so that your clients know what to expect and what they will have to do and what you'll be doing. And most importantly, when. Okay. Number 4, strategy sets the stage for the real work, the actual work. It's time to dig deep with the client. This is the onboarding intake form you're sharing after the contract has been signed and you're almost set to go. And this is the questionnaire I mentioned in the discovery call that your client should be ready for. Not too lengthy, but make sure it encapsulates all what you would need to be able to effectively understand the brand of that client. You can shed light on your client's branding, their voice, their do's and don'ts. And you should never begin this step without a signed contract and a paid invoice. Don't waste your time. Signed contract, paid invoice. Yes, please. In full. Consider including the following in your questionnaire. How do you plan to achieve your goals? Let your client write it there. What are the topics that you're allowed to discuss? What are the things they prohibit you from doing? What is their brand personality and tone? What are their top 10 questions most of the clients ask, their customers ask? What are the top 10 questions their clients should ask them? When their target audience sees their brand, website, or advertisement, how do they want them to feel? So that you know how to create the content. Is there any legal requirement for this project? What types of advertising are being considered? What are the unique value propositions of your business? What are the goals of the organization? What's the target market or persona? Keep updating your intake form when new things come up. That's the last one. So new things will always come up. So always keep on updating your onboarding form. Keep going. The onboarding process is always followed by regular updates. Make sure that your client understands what you're doing for them and not just guesses what you're doing. It's not only the easiest way to keep the clients happy, but also crucial to creating new content. What is the best way to accomplish this? After your new clients pay their monthly retainer, send them an email asking them what's happening next month. You need to know what's happening next month. Existing or new sales that they have, testimonials from new clients that they've gotten the previous month, news specific to their industry. If there's anything else they would like you to write about so that you can start creating their content calendar. You need to do this almost every month once they've paid the retainer fee. Not having a good client onboarding process is one of the costliest mistakes that you can make in your business as a social media manager. Conversely, there are several benefits to an effective client onboarding process. It makes your business seem more professional and well organized when you have systems in place. It keeps your clients happy. Keeping the client happy is a must. And starting up the relationship with a smooth onboarding process is a great way to keep them satisfied. It also keeps you happy, and your efforts will not be wasted. A large part of managing client satisfaction comes from managing the client's expectation. There's a model where we're going to talk about how to correct a client's unrealistic expectations. Finding out from your client what they expect from you helps you to make sure that you're delivering what your client actually wants. And that's why the onboarding process is very important. So when creating your onboarding form, like I said before, I didn't even know that this was there. I advise you use Google Forms, Airtable form, or Typeform, because it not only helps you store the info gotten where you can use it, but they are also very easy to use for you and for your clients. In the next module, we're going to be talking about niching as a social media manager. It's a very short module like this one, how to niche. I'm going to attach in the research section some of the niches that you can start with in case you're confused on which niche to start with. All right, guys, I'll see you guys in the next module. Bye. Bye, guys. Welcome to module 4, where we're talking about niching. And you can see the first one is why you should have a niche as a social media manager. Let me just start with not every client is your client. Make sure you know that not every client should be your client. And this is so you can be focused and know your target audience, and so you can exercise authority in that field as an expert. For somebody like me, I am a social media manager to food brands, to beauty brands, selected beauty brands. And I am social media manager to clothing brands, selected clothing brands, so not all. clothing brands, because I'm not sure I can do male clothing brand. I think I can do for kids, but I'm not sure I can do for male clothing brands. Okay. And some selected female brands. And there are two ways you can find your niche as a social media manager. There are two ways you can do that. Now, the first one is where you are more when you are more specific about what you want to do, you can win more in businesses. Yeah. I must have heard this expression that says you need to niche to grow. There's a good reason for that. There actually is a good reason for niching to grow. Because I've noticed that when you niche to grow, you don't just take on anybody. And once you're good at something, you become an expert in that field and you're able to expand and grow. So when you serve a specific audience or you just do one type of team, you can get more referrals and your business will grow in the long run. Not that you're getting for food brands today, musical brands tomorrow, chocolate factory the next one, shoe brand next one, somebody that is making hair next one. No, you need to be specific about what you want to do and you can win more in business. So narrowing down can be a bit scary, but it will always be worth it. Trust me. Narrowing down. Like when you want to do something, you'll be like, oh my God, if I narrow down, will I find clients and everything? But trust me, it will be scary at first. But I will go at it. I can assure you that you will enjoy being a social media manager more if you don't take on every kind of business that comes your way. I promise you that. I'm saying with my full chest. Yeah, you will enjoy being a social media manager more if you don't take on every kind of business that comes your way. So how do you now niche down? I said two before, sorry, it's three. One by industry, two by skill, and three by platform. What does Balaji mean? Let's get into it, shall we? When you're narrowing down by industry, you need to choose a particular industry to work with as a social media manager. And this will help you stay focused and help you easily identify your target audience. So I want you to get a pen and a paper and write down what industries you like. What industries do you relate more to? Is it the food industry? Do you like food? Then maybe you'll work well with the food industry. Do you like clothes like me? Or hair like me? If you're someone that likes makeup, you relate with the makeup industry, people that produce the product, or people that sell the product. Identifying with a particular industry you're comfortable with helps you know the kind of content that works in that particular industry. Helps you know the kind of content that works in that particular industry. What's the next one? Your skill. What are you good at? And the jobs you can easily get done is another way you can know how you can narrow down your niche. For example, if you're good at running Facebook ads, writing blog post letters, writing newsletters, curating social media posts, you would know what you were offering them. So if you're good at writing blog letters or newsletters, you want to be a copywriter. Okay. If you're good at running Facebook ads, you want to be an ad specialist. Do you understand? So you can niche down by your skill. And the last one is you niching down by platform. As a social media manager, you don't have to be a pro at mastering every single platform. In the worksheets attached in the resource section of this model, you're going to see that you have some way to answer these questions. I would like to hear from you, probably when we're having our coaching sessions. You need to figure out what platform works best for you. And the platform that works best for you is the one that doesn't actually stresses you. So for someone like me, it's Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Pinterest, maybe because I've mastered them, you get. Figure out which platform is best for you. And this is the best way of niching, to know how to be an expert in that particular field. Okay. Now that there are so many social media platforms, it's best to stick to the ones that you're good at and you won't easily burn out. Yeah. It's best to stick to the ones that you're good at and you won't easily burn out. In summary, I told you this is going to be very short. Niching can be scary as a social media manager, but when you do, you'll find out that you will get more done and you'll be on your way to becoming a pro social media managing expert in your choosing niche field. I just remember there's a friend, so online friend, her name is Sophie. Sophie she has really niched down to the point where she only serves nail brands, people that fix nails. That's what she serves. And she's really good at what she does. Like she has a wait list. So if you niche down to that last bit, you will love it. Attached to this resource, you have a list of niches that you can start with. In case you're confused, there's some of the niches that you can start with. And I will see you guys in the next module where we talk about running a social media audit. You want to actually pay attention to that model. All right, guys, see you guys in the next module. So let's start with the services to offer as a social media manager. Some people think that if you're a social media manager, you must be a platform manager compulsorily, or you must be someone that must run ads and everything. Let me bust your bubble. For the past 6-7 years that I have been a social media manager, I have never actually for once run ads by myself, because to be honest, it's not compulsory for you to be a social media manager and also be the one to run ads. But if you don't want to have to pay someone else, you might want to learn that. And for you to be the social media manager doesn't mean you have to design the graphics also. It is left for you to decide what kind of services you want to offer as a social media manager. And that's what we are going to learn in this model. Now, when you first start out, I recommend you picking 1 or 2 services to offer that closely align with your skill sets and what you enjoy doing the most. So what is it that you enjoy doing the most as a social media manager? What is it that you enjoy doing the most? I recommend that whatever it is that you enjoy doing, these are the first 2 things you should pick as the services that you want to offer. If you enjoy doing graphic design, then you should pick graphics design as one of the services that you want to offer. If you enjoy copywriting, then you should pick caption creation as one of the services you want to first offer. So whatever services you're starting with are the ones that you enjoy doing the most. You can read the rest as you grow as a social media manager. But don't worry, if you don't know, during our coaching sessions, I would help you figure out what services you should start with that align most with your skill set. So we're going to have that conversation about what skill set you have, and there's a worksheet attached to this model. So make sure to check it out about what skill set you have and what you enjoy doing the most, okay? Now, the social media platform management is the common thing that a lot of people feel like, okay, that's what every social media manager should do. And a social media platform manager is someone that manages a platform. So platforms, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, that's you are a platform manager if you're managing any of those. And this is one of the most common ways to get started offering social media management services. And this is by managing specific medium platforms for both individuals and businesses. So you can choose to manage for individuals and you can choose to manage for businesses. It all depends on you. And like I said, some of these platforms include Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, Twitter, LinkedIn, and some people do TikTok and Snapchat now. Yes, there are TikTok managers and Snapchat managers. It all just depends on you. The second thing is content creation. And yeah, most people, especially in the Nigerian market, if you're not a Nigerian that watches it here, I know it also applies where you are because they expect you to create the content also. So photos, videos, quotes, GIFs, memes are all necessary pieces of the social media marketing process, because without content, you cannot manage the platform that you want to manage effectively. So you can either choose to outsource your content creation by working with photographers that will take pictures of the products of your clients, videographers that will shoot videos, edit it, and send it to you, graphic designers that would edit your graphic designs, or you consider creating this type of content for yourself or for your clients. And I would say that you should consider creating this type of content for yourself or your client so that you can save money, so that the money you're charging the client, because you're not going to tell the client that you're not the one that is doing the graphics or it's another photographer that's going to come and take the pictures of the product or anything. You want to make sure that you keep most of this money to yourself, and you're going to get to know why. Community management. Like every social media manager is a community manager, and community management can be as simple as managing a client's Facebook group. There are people that do community management on a larger scale. So community management is as simple as managing a client's Facebook group or a Telegram group or a Telegram community. Or it may become a daily customer service scenario where you're handling all sorts of requests and inquiries from brands or customers. So for example, the social media manager of a platform like Jumia or Amazon is not just a social media manager. That person is also a community manager because they handle requests from their customers. Social media managers for banks are also community managers because they handle crazy requests when a customer doesn't say, oh, my money hasn't reflected yet. they handle those requests. You will practice social listening as well as engage with your client's community on their behalf. And their role usually involves replying to comments, DMs, seeking out and actively engaging with targeted accounts and helping to boost brand awareness. Like I said, a potential social media manager is a community manager. So you practice social listening as well as engage with your client's community on their behalf. And this role usually involves you replying to comments, you replying to DMs. That's you doing community management. So when you're actually structuring your pricing, you're going to put community management because you're going to get to reply DMs and reply comments and also actively engage with targeted accounts and also help to boost brand awareness. Okay. Content marketing. Why different social media platforms require different forms of copy. And by copy, the same way you talk on Twitter is not the same way you talk on Facebook, because Twitter is short form, while Facebook and Instagram allows for long form copy, that's long form captions. Social media managers who are skilled writers can also produce blog articles for clients. You can also add that as an added services if you're good at that, if you're a skilled writer. But if you're not, no need, okay? To boost their SEO by adding content marketing as a service to your offer menu. So you can add that for extra cash. Do you get? So you can add content marketing if you're skilled with writing. Don't add it because you're greedy. If you're not good with it, just leave it, okay? Because definitely you still be required to write copy. Email marketing is a great add-on to social media marketing. It is an add-on service. You're not an email marketer, except if you're officially an email marketer. You can add email marketing as an add-on service. Since social media channels are considered top of the funnel, the TOF, your clients need somewhere to send all their traffic, somewhere they can house the list of their loyal customers and they can contact them without fighting an algorithm. That is their emails. So you can use social media marketing and email marketing to help your clients reach their goals faster. And if you're offering this service, which is not part of the normal service, you should charge more for it, because email marketing is, you need to be writing emails, replying comments, replying the replies to the emails and everything. So yes, it's an add-on services and you should charge more for it. Influencer marketing. Influencer marketing is on the rise and in popularity, and brands everywhere taking notice of both micro influencers, nano influencers, macro influencers. And you need to cultivate strategic relationships and partner with individuals who have a strong social media presence and businesses that can quickly build brand awareness and also increase sales. So what does this mean for you as a social media manager? You need to start making friends with people that are influencers. You need to start making friends with people that are influencers or people that are influential, because everybody can claim to be an influencer, but you need to know the people that are influential. So you need to start making friends with people like this so that you can, when your brand needs somebody, you can talk to them. And even if your brand has a budget, you can be able to talk to the influencer who you've built a relationship with. Okay, you know what, this is what my brand has to offer. But businesses need help finding those partners and managing those relationships, and that's where you come in. You can also be someone that is on a very large scale, the influencer marketer. That's what you do as a social media manager. You just connect brands and influencers. I've not seen people that do that. I've seen people that do that, but they're not quite common, and brands need that. So when deciding on what services to offer, you need to think about what services and platform will impact your client's brand the most and getting them the best results. So yes, you can consider influencer marketing as something you want to do as a social media manager. Now, in summary, you can choose to offer one or more multiple service as a social media manager. To be honest, you just need to find what works for you. What works for you might not be what works for me. And what works for me might not be what works for the social media manager C. And we are all social media managers. So when you find out what works for you, it becomes easy for you to do it because it's working for you. All right, guys, I'll see you in the next part of this model. We're not done yet, okay? Hola. Hola. Welcome to Module 6. And we're going to talk about creating invoices and contracts for your services. You need to have invoices and contracts for your services. And I know a lot of you might have been waiting for this particular module. And yeah, don't worry, I got you. What must you know first? You must have a contract before you touch any client social media channel, you must have a contract. It's compulsory. It is compulsory. Let me put my ear, like my mother will put her ear. It is compulsory. Are you hearing me? Now, clients who fail to pay, late payments by business owners, copyright violations, angry customers, shady business deals are reasons why you must have a contract, because you can get caught up in any disputes at any time, even as a freelancer. Even as someone that works in-house in an agency or with a company, you can get caught up in any disputes. So your contract, especially as a freelancer, your contract protects you. That's why you need to have a contract. And also you need to have an invoice for payment purposes, so that even if anybody comes and they want to call you out on social media, or they want to drag you or tarnish your name, you have that something to show and fall back on. Now, as mentioned previously, the best way to avoid issues with clients is to prevent them from arising. You need to prevent these issues from arising. All freelancers, like you and me, should have a detailed and solid contract. Should be very detailed. Shouldn't be too long, but it should be solid and very detailed. Don't make the same mistakes as other freelance social media managers. Please don't. Don't do that. Don't do it. Don't do it. As a social media manager or consultant, it is important to protect you and your client with a well-written contract. You're not just protecting the client, you're protecting yourself. And not every short-term set of consultations needs to have a contract, meaning if you're working with a client for like maybe 2 weeks, you necessarily don't need to have a contract. Maybe you just have an invoice, okay? You shouldn't have a contract. Like I said, not every short-term set of consultations need to have a contract, but should have some terms and conditions to cover how you work. So you can have terms and conditions attached to your invoices. And for longer engagement or more involved work, contract is essential, okay? And your contract will help you spell out exactly what work is to be completed, payment terms, liabilities, and what to do if the relationship needs to be terminated early. Yep, you need that. Now, every contract is for first-time freelancers like you, not me, you. Okay, number one, in your contract, you need to state your contract duration. It is tempting to take on a new client who wants to test the waters with you. I get it. It can be exciting. Like, you've got a new client, but the first contract might be just for 1 month upfront, allowing, or maybe 3 months. I do 3 months for new clients, then we can renew after 3 months for long term. Okay. A lot of new social media managers never even sign a contract for the first trial period. If a client is telling you that, okay, I'm just taking you on for trial, you to give them a contract and tell them, I'm just trying to see if you're going to be my client for long too. Let everybody be trying themselves. The last trial is on the judgment day when we all face trial. You get? So don't let anybody come and make you scared. However, most experienced social media managers like myself suggest at least a 6-month contract. So I closed up a 3-month contract with somebody, and she made sure she made a last payment and we were able to end the partnership. Because you don't want to be doing one-off. You want to be signing 3 months retainer. 3 months, so that even if the client is going to cancel, you get. If not a 12-month contract, if not 6 months contract, with this time frame clearly stated in the contract, you and the client will benefit from this clause, as social media management is more of a marathon than a sprint. So if you try to sign a 3-month contract with your clients, please don't put there that you're going to help them get some amount of followers before a specific period of time. Please don't do that. Okay, you don't want to do that. The results will always take time to show, because like I said, social media is more of a marathon than a sprint. So you want to make sure that you put that clause there. And results will always take time to show, and data must be collected over time so that you see what's working. That's why the analytics report is very important. And 30 or 90 days is often not enough to show significant growth. Trust me. Most times it might be on the 4th month that you're managing the account that you start seeing significant growth. It was on the 4th, 5th month of managing social media that I started seeing significant growth. Okay. Now, number 2 is the end of the contract clause. This is very important. There should be an exit clause in your contract for both you and for the client. And you are the one that gets to decide what those conditions are for yourself and for your client. However you write it, make sure that both of you can end the contract with a reason and it will benefit both of you. Not that your client can end the contract and you leave you hanging, or you end the contract and you leave the client hanging. No. Additionally, this protects you if a client wants to end the working relationship as soon as possible. And here are some ways to include this clause in your contract. 30-day cancellation notice required. Creative differences should be grounds for dismissal, like if the client is not trying to listen to you. Failure to pay, if the failure to pay results in the immediate cancellation of the contract. Now, let me talk about payment a bit. Before now, I have been telling social media managers, you can collect payment at the end of the month. Please collect payment at the beginning of the month. For that month, you're collecting payment of the work that you will do that month. Collect it at the beginning of the month, maybe on the 5th of every month. Every single month, you collect the payment at the beginning of the month for that work of that month, or else you will not do it. You're a social media manager, not somebody that works a 9 to 5, okay? It's okay to end a relationship with a client who isn't ideal. If the person is not an ideal client, that's fine. It's sometimes the best thing to do. And in this clause, you're guaranteed to be able to end the relationship on your own terms. Number 3, mode of communications. Now, you might be in for a shock if you don't specify in your contract when and how your client will receive support during your contract period. Some clients will call you by 3 a.m. Some clients will not consider the time zone differences and they will want to contact you. Please put in your contract your mode of communication, or in your how I work document, your mode of communication. Clients often email, text, or call their social media managers at all hours of the day or night to demand answers and instant solutions to non-emergency issues. It might seem as if they are overstepping their boundary, but if you don't set the boundaries, how would they know they are overstepping? So you need to note that in your contract. Clients are more likely to act this way if you, the freelancer, never set any boundaries in the first place because they don't feel like they're overstepping. Therefore, include your preferred method of communications in your contract. Specify the number of one-on-one meetings that you will have each month, the length of the meetings, and whether they will be in person or virtual. Include all other communication in your contract as well as your business hours. Let them know that you have business hours. Let them know everything to the last detail so that everybody is clear. Nobody wants to be mad. You get? Nobody wants to act like their brain is touching because it's clear. You can read. And also make sure that your clients read the contract and they make sure that they sign the contract. Because if they don't send you a signed copy, the contract is not working. It's invalid. Expectations and payment methods. You should clearly state this in your contract. The monthly cost of hiring you, billing for additional work, hourly rates for additional work, set it. Due dates for payments, billing methods, consequences of non-payment, work stopped or late fees, charge it. First payment due at contract signing. Once you've signed that contract, you pay first payment. If you don't see first payment, there's no onboarding session. Yep, I said the previous clause also needs to be included in your next new contract, that the first payment is due at contract signing. And if there's no payment, there is no work. It is always best to bill for the upcoming month rather for work already completed, because most times you finish working that month and they tell you, oh, I'm sorry. No, bill for the upcoming month. I already said that again. Collect money for the work that you will do. Yeah, you're a service provider. If they want to pay for somebody to decorate the event, they'll pay first before they decorate the place. You're a service provider, collect your payments. Charge extra for training and setting up new accounts in your proposal. If the client doesn't have a new account, charge extra for it. If you're going to train your staff, charge extra for it. It's not fun getting a surprise bill as a client and not fun working for free, so that all of us can be on the same level. Please charge for it. Include this additional cost in your proposal and then bill it at the contract signing. Include it in your proposal and bill it at the contract signing, okay? While not every freelance social media manager has an NDA with every client, you should consider creating one to protect both yourself and your client. What does NDA mean? Non-disclosure agreement. Those working with sensitive materials, especially if you're working with clients that do sensitive materials or in certain industries, such as the medical industries and startups, might find this useful. So if you're not there, don't bother yourself. An NDA is mutually beneficial, preventing potential problems down the line. Add your scope of work to your contract always. I will show you when we learn what should be included. By sending proposals for social media management services via email, you'll be able to copy and paste the prospect's preferred services right into your contract once you've agreed. That's why I say have an email. Freelancers deal with scope creep a lot. They'll try to put in things that are not in your email address or what is not in your contract. Please, that's why your contract is necessary. A scope of work and an hourly rate for additional work under the payment expectations in a contract allows you to bill the client for extra work that they request. Let them know you're going to pay for this. It's not part of the scope of work. Your clients don't have to be your friend, but they should also be friendly. You should be friendly to them, okay? Reminding the client first is always good practice before you bill them. Don't be evil. And tell them that this is outside the scope of contract. Would you like me to complete this additional product at this hourly rate in our contract? If they say no, don't do it. If they say yes, please do it and let them know how much their bill costs. All right, in the next part of this model, you'll be learning what should be included. So let's hop into it, shall we? Let's hop into it. All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the module where we're talking about pricing. And I'm sure you must be thinking, how do I price my services as a social media manager? Don't worry, I got you. So here we're talking about pricing your services as a social media manager, a pricing strategy. But we're still going to have a one-on-one conversation in class when it comes to pricing, hoping to bring in a pricing expert every quarter to deal with this topic because I'm not a pricing expert. Because somebody like me, I just wake up in the morning and be like, you know what? I don't want to charge you this price anymore. You get? So let's talk about price then. Now, one of the first topics that a new social media manager or an agency owner discuss with their peers is, how do I price my social media services? How do I price my social media products? And new social media managers appear to be seeking assurance that the prices they are currently charging are sufficient to sustain their business model without being too high to be outbid by others. Meaning you want to make sure that you're in the same price range as other people, or you're not pricing too high or too low. That's why most new social media, most newbies seek assurances to ask, okay, please, how do I price my services and how do I price products? And no matter who you are or what experience you may have in this industry, it is not an easy question to answer. Trust me, it is not an easy question to answer. So let's talk about how to price your social media packages to ensure your success, shall we? Now, to be honest, there's no one size fits all to answering this question on how you should price your services. It varies from one social media manager to the other based on experiences. And there are a lot of factors that determine what you should and can charge. Trust me, the same prices I am using right now is not something a newbie social media manager would be using. And a lot of social media managers that I know, and they charge for their services, and that's okay. Then some overcharge and underdeliver, and that's okay too. But you don't want to make sure that you don't want to fall into that category because you get to lose clients and you get to ruin your reputation. And many factors going to determine what to charge for social media services. So let's take a look, shall we? Number one, your living wage and cost of living. You cannot be high maintenance and be a freelance social media manager. You can be high maintenance, but you cannot be too high maintenance when you're in newbie. You need to consider these questions. As a social media manager, how much income do I need to support myself and my dependents? You need to write that down. How much income do you need? Number two, what do I need to earn to be happy with my life and do all the things I want to do? Put a rough sum, put it there. Would I like to earn more money to achieve success in business, scale, and become independently wealthy? Put it there. These questions. And your answers will be different from another person's own. The cost of living, your past and current financial status, and how many dependents you have will determine how much you need to earn. Basically. But that's not all. As a freelance social media manager, you run a business and you're responsible for building up your pension, paying your taxes, receiving benefits like health insurance. Nobody's going to pay that for you because you're a freelancer, except if you work in a company that they pay those for you. But if you're a freelancer, you need to start saving for the future. You need to pay taxes currently, and you need to receive benefits like health insurance and all. Number two is your geographical location. If you live in Africa, your cost of living will be different from someone that lives in Texas or in New York or in Australia. So you cannot compare your prices with them. And the location of your home influences the cost of your basic needs. So for my Nigerian customers, I have a different price for them. For my customers that are abroad, I have a different price for them. A digital nomad can live and work anywhere in the world. Yet you still need a home base or country for tax purposes, licensing, and insurance. You need a home base. So your geographical location matters. And there are so many amazing online communities for digital nomads like ourselves who would love to share more details on what it takes to live on the road and life as a digital nomad, especially if you travel a lot. And the reality of social media marketing is that you can live and work anywhere as long as you have access to the internet, regardless of whether you can choose where you live or if you're stuck in a more expensive city, country, or continent. So your geographical location also matters. Your education and experience is quite important in determining what to charge for your social media management services. What you know, what you bring to the table, as well as any previous experience you have, contributes to this. So someone like me that has 6 to 7 years of experience is going to be charging differently for someone that has 2 to 3 years of experience. But most times you even get to see that the people that have 2 to 3 years of experience want to charge the same way I charge that has 6 to 7 years of experience. Staying abreast of the latest trends, social media, and continuing your education can help you raise your rates and increase your overall value. As a consultant, when I first started, I charged 10,000 naira per platform per month for management when I started a few years ago. And as of today, I charge $150 per hour for social media consulting. That's consulting, not management, and a lot more for managing platforms because my education and my experience have added to my rates because I'm not the same person as I was when I first started. Okay. For any potential client I get, I have the experience and know-how to move the dial, and my prices reflect this. Education and certification are additionally factors in determining what to charge. And having credentials will allow you to charge more, or at least give you the credibility to charge more. Number 4, providing niche services. You can charge a lot more when you specialize. That's why we're going to have one where we say niche and social media manager. You can charge accordingly if you're a specialist in one social channel. Like if you specialize in graphics as a graphic designer, you can charge for that. Copywriter, video editor, ad specialists. You can charge for that and still be a social media manager. You can charge high fees if your niche is in demand. Right now, graphic designers are in demand and they don't come cheap. That doesn't mean graphic design is for you. Okay. Now, price social media management from the get-go. Before you agree to work with any client, you need to set project fee or salary with a potential employer or client. And it is important to determine the following. Know what to expect from this job or project. So be sure to ask questions. Don't start work without letting your client know that, okay, this is how much you're going to charge. Okay. Now, do you plan to work as a freelancer or in-house? Or do you want to work on a project by basis or an hourly basis? Is it part-time? Is it full-time? Or you have a detailed job description? Personality, regardless of whether you are in-house, employee, or freelancer, it is important to write down exactly what services you plan to provide for what fees or salary. Include this information in your proposal. I'm going to teach you that in the practical sessions. Once you've agreed upon a package price or an hourly rate, which I don't agree to, do not forget to add the detailed scope of work to your contract. Don't worry, you know how to add that in the contract model. Now, if a client requires extra tax, add an hourly fee to the proposal. Yeah, this is where you add an hourly fee to the proposal. When the client starts to load you up with additional work, you can always refer them back to the scope of work in your contract. That's very important, and we're going to talk about that in the contract model. Identify your fixed costs. So your fixed costs are like your expenses, like how much your office rent costs if you are renting a space, the softwares that you use, which you pay every month or every year, the phone bill, your outsourcing fees if you're going to outsource to other people, your income and taxes, fees for marketing, conference attendance, association fees, ads, websites. These are your fixed costs. And this is not a complete list. The list can be longer than this, but this is an example. You need to start listing all the things to get a sense of what you need to earn in addition to these expenses to make it a life, because you want to make it a life with the prices. You want to be able to go on vacations. You want to be able to afford the lifestyle you want. You need to know what your fixed costs are. And the best way to get paid your worth is to not do this. Don't set your fees according to your client's needs. Don't. Have a discovery session. Yes, but don't set your fees according to your client's needs, meaning that the client say, oh, I'm a small business owner. Good, you're a small business owner, but I am also a business owner. I am also a small business owner. So if I reduce the fees for you, it's going to affect my own fixed costs. So don't give away consulting for free, except if you're doing a free consultation for somebody that's going to pay. But most times when you give away consulting for free, they don't show up and they mess up with your time flow. Don't offer to do social media for free when you've gained the experience. When you're starting, you can offer to do it free for maybe 1 month, 2 weeks, or 1 month. Accept a low ball counter offer from a client because they say, oh, social media A is charging this. You're not social media manager A. This is your own price. And let them go to social media manager A if they want that price. During an intake meeting, verbally commit to a project. During the discovery call, don't verbally commit to a project. Sometimes you need to go back and say, do I really want to take this client? You want to watch the discovery call again. That's why I always advise to use Zoom and say, do I really want to do this? Take on a client who is demanding from the beginning. Trust me, you would know. You would know during a call if a client is going to be demanding from the very beginning. You would know. You would know. The signs are always there. What should you do? Prepare your package pricing in advance. You want to do that? You want to set an high hourly rate for consulting. Take pride in your knowledge, the knowledge that you have. Take pride in it. You want to prepare a proposal with 3 package options. And if the client balks at the rates and walks away, goodbye. Execute a contract that specifies the scope of work. And before you start working, you want to get paid. You will get paid what you're worth if you do all these things. And the right client is always out there. Even if it takes a while to find them, they will find you. So how can you get perfectly priced social media management packages? Knowing your worth and the value you can bring to a client is important before you meet them. So confidence in your ability will show in your negotiations when you're having conversations with them. And there are no limitations on what you can do or you can offer a client. Yeah. Most times I offer clients what is even beyond our scope of work. So there are no limitations to that. How do you find high-paying clients as a social media manager? First of all, you need to think about the value you provided. Before you think of finding high-paying clients, what value are you providing to them? Someone that asked me that day, I want to increase my prices. Okay, have you taken courses that will reflect those prices you want to increase to offer value to your clients? Don't just wake up and say, oh, I want to increase my prices. Have you upgraded your skills? How can you up-level your services so that you reflect your higher price tag? What are you going to be offering? What different thing are you going to be offering? Think about some extra add-ons you can provide. And some of this might include running ads, graphic creation, strategy talks and implementation, competition campaigns, hashtag research, engaging, story curation, IGTV, video edits, and social media coaching. Whatever you can think of that you know will provide that extra value and take your client's account from 0 to hero, not a number. That's what you should think of offering. Perhaps you need to invest in yourself a bit more. I already said that, to add value to your clients. Social media is a fast-moving game, like moves very fast. We woke up to new updates on Instagram. So keeping up to date and taking courses to ensure that you're top of the game is a great step to take. Okay? Plus, remember, the more you invest back into your business, the more your business grows. Plus, courses are tax-free. So why not? All right, guys. I'll see you guys in the next model. Bye.
So we're going to be talking about pricing in different formats because I attended a class and that's what I'm going to teach everyone because I feel like, okay, it's something I picked from my notes and they said, okay, it's something I'll be able to teach you that you need to know how to price your services right. It's going to be very straight to the point and you need to pay attention. So I'm not going to waste your time. So we know that pricing your services can be really challenging. How many people have found it challenging before? I know I have. Your pricing has a positive or negative impact on the growth of your business. Whatever way you price it, it would have a positive or a negative impact on the growth of your business. We'll talk about how to approach this strategically for greater rewards. So we're going to be talking about how you can approach your pricing strategically, and we're also going to be discussing about the pricing metrics. And the goal for this lesson is to learn how to implement growth-oriented pricing strategies in your freelancing business. So the goal for this lesson is for you to learn how to implement growth-oriented pricing strategies in your freelancing business. as like I said, I learned it. I had attended like a series of webinars, and this was what we were taught. So I'm basically like giving you my notes and additions, subtractions, and everything. So this is the part one. There's going to be part two, and I know there's going to be a part three of prices. There's going to be like a whole section on the cost. So we're going to talk about building a pricing strategy. Now, usually there are two go-to approach for most freelancers, and the two of them are mostly hourly and project based. For social media managers like us, most of us actually do project based pricing. So for hourly, when it comes to hourly pricing, the payment is always equal to the exact number of hours that you render for the work. So the payment is equal to the exact number of hours that is rendered for that work. And you get more control over your pricing this way. And the more hours you work, the more you earn. This is what people outside Nigeria do, or people that work hourly, or laborers. Or factory workers. This is how they earn money. And the unit of measure will be time for hourly. And a day has 24 hours, so it cannot be scaled. So it can be scaled, and that's why hourly pricing is limited, especially for social media managers. Most of what we do as social media managers, we do more of project-based pricing. And for this type of pricing, for this type of projects, upfront payments are required. So most times we get our payments upfront. And this structure is best suited to like service packages that deliver results together. That's what we do as social media managers. So having this option is great because you can assign a price for add-on services that weren't even included in the original agreement. So you can have add-on services. So most social media managers, most people that do service-based businesses do project-based pricing. So what exactly are my thoughts? In terms of freelancing rates, there are two. These two are like the go-to approaches, but they are not scalable and they are not helping you to position for success with this pricing strategy. However, a strong pricing strategy will be better than these pricing structures. When I sat down, most times I noticed that, okay, when I'm pricing like this, it's not benefiting. And I had to take this class again because I had to watch the webinar, and I'm like, okay, you know what? Let me just share with my community. Like, okay, you guys need to know exactly what this is being said. So what should your pricing be? What exactly should your pricing be? So it is important to have a growth-oriented pricing strategy, meaning that your prices should always go up. Your prices should never actually come down. Means when it's going up, it is growing. That's a growth-oriented pricing strategy. If your prices are coming down, it's not growing. It's not a growth-oriented pricing strategy. And your pricing shouldn't be based on your personal opinion of your value as a skilled resource. Rather, it should be an integral part of your business strategy. Let me come again. Your pricing shouldn't be based on your personal opinion. Okay, I think I should be charging this one. Or of your value as a skilled resource. Rather, it should be an integral part of your business strategy. Your pricing should be an integral part of your business strategy. I hope you're taking notes. Okay. Now, how many of you have ever heard of the pricing strategy matrix before? Or is this your first time hearing about it? Pricing strategy matrix. Is this your very first time hearing about it? You guys should pay attention. Pay attention. I've heard about it, but you don't understand it. Okay, I'll try my best. So when it comes to pricing your services or offers, this metric will give you a clear understanding of how quality and price are related. Now, you can see economy, penetration, skimming, and premium. At first, when I saw it, I'm like, what exactly is this? What does this even mean? What's the correlation? I don't understand and everything. But I will do my very best to explain this to you. So let's go to the first one. We're going to start with the economy pricing. Now, economy pricing, why does this work? Why does economy pricing work? Don't worry, it's not in the slide. I'm just telling you. Economy pricing undercuts your market rival. So if you think you have a rival, economy pricing undercuts your market rival, meaning that they will always pick you over your rival. Economy pricing introduces your offer to the desired market. I will explain better. And it gives you an opportunity to start. That's what economy pricing is. So for most people here, for people that are just starting out, economy pricing is actually the best one for you. Why is economy pricing not for you? If your desired market is mean about quality, or when your goal is to grow your profits, economy pricing is not for you. Now, economy pricing, in this case, you're offering a quality that has not been tested for a relatively low budget or starting price. So economy pricing is actually very low budget or starting price. That's what economy pricing is. It is low budget or starting price. So say you're starting out as a freelancer with little experience, but you like to try out the industry and get clients to own your skills or build your skills. The economy pricing option can work for you if you're looking for clients who will be able to pay a fair price while you prove the quality of your work, meaning that you don't have any experience. This is your very maybe first or maybe your second job and everything. You don't really have clients to prove that, okay, this is what I actually know how to do this thing. So the economy pricing option will work for you if you're looking for clients. Now, pricing like this helps you introduce yourself to your target market. You can position yourself well against your competitors, especially for clients that are on a budget. This pricing works best for them. So an economy price can be a good starting point, but if you're seeking quality clients, this might not be a good choice. For example, okay, if your price is 50K, if you are looking for quality clients that pay you 200K, you don't do economy pricing. I'll tell you we'll get to that part of what kind of pricing you will do. Now, they may be more interested in investing in other service providers who have proven case studies and quality work. Now, for somebody that comes to me, let's say Daniel, though most of them will be more interested in me, because if I'm even offering economy pricing, because I have proven case studies and quality work that has to show that, okay, I actually know what I'm doing. Likewise, lowering your prices just to get more clients won't make sense if you're already focused on increasing profits. So for somebody like me, economy pricing is not going to work for me. That's why the lowest of my services now is 80,000 naira. I don't have any service that is 50K, except if you want to pick my brain, that is 50K or something. So lowering my prices won't work for me, because if I'm trying to increase profits, lowering my prices won't work for me. Now, I hope you got economy pricing. Okay, good. So most people here that have not started, you're doing more of economy pricing. I'm sure nobody has explained pricing to you like this before. Me too. When I saw it, I'm like, wow. Now, the next one is called penetration pricing. Now, in this case, you are offering high quality at a relatively low price. Penetration pricing, you're offering high quality at a relatively low price. In fact, you are assigning affordable rates to high quality work. Assigning affordable rates to high quality work can be part of the strategy. So maybe you're trying to build your clientele, or you're trying to increase, or trying to do something or run a sale. Now, offering introductory rates can help you get a foothold in the market quickly. And by proving the quality of your work, you'll also be able to raise your prices more easily. Because if you're offering high quality service at a relatively low price, you'll be able to increase it, because people have seen that if Bolaji can offer this at a relatively low price, of course she can increase it and everything. That's why most people that bought my course when it was 10K, and now that is 40K, approaching 50K, they'll be like, oh my God. Oh, so this is how it is and everything. But really, that's just how it is. Okay, this is penetration pricing. You're trying to penetrate. Do you get? So by offering an introductory price, you can quickly establish yourself as a viable option. So when you offer an introductory price, maybe your client is just working with you for the first time, it's a first-time client, you tell them that, okay, since you're a first-time client, this is how much you'll be paying. But as we go, maybe from second month, you start paying this. Once you're able to offer high quality service at the very beginning, the client will not have an issue paying that other price, because you've been offering high quality service. Okay. It is also important to be cautious when settling on penetration pricing, especially for somebody that has grown to a particular point. Now, for example, if you're already investing in the growth of your business, affordable prices might not be able to support your investment. So, for example, if you've started with economy and you're offering high quality service and still charging 50K, when you want to increase it, they might not want to pay. So you need to know for every single level, you need to know that, okay, this is the level I'm in right now. This is the level I'm in right now. This is the kind of pricing I should be offering. So for somebody that is like a beginner, for your first year, you should be offering economy pricing. For somebody that is in the second year, you should be doing penetration. You should have moved a little bit from economy and gotten into penetration. Now, in situations where your target market is resistant to price increase, it is essential to go for affordable prices and not gain success or acceptance by increasing your prices. Let me come again. In situations where your target market is resistant to price increases, it is essential to go for affordable prices and not gain success or acceptance by increasing your prices. Most target markets in economy, they don't like when you increase your prices. So if you're in that situation, that your market is resistant to price increase, it is always essential to go for affordable prices. And maybe that's when you now create packages. So you have that package that is still under economy pricing, but you have another one that is going into the skimming pricing that we're going to go into right now. How many of you understand what penetration price is? And how many of you can figure out where exactly you're falling into right now? You can figure out, okay, this is where I'm falling into right now, or this is where I should be right now, or this is where I should go to right now. Now, for penetration pricing, why does penetration pricing work? Before I move into skimming, it's not in the slides, don't worry. Why does penetration pricing work? It helps you penetrate the market fast. It helps you penetrate the market fast. It gives you more flexibility for price increase. It gives you more flexibility for price increase. Or it also positions you as an ideal service provider in a hyper competitive market. Why does penetration pricing work? It helps you penetrate the market fast. It gives you the flexibility for price increase. It positions you as an ideal service provider in a hyper competitive market. But when is penetration pricing not for you? When your investments do not align with your low prices anymore. Now imagine you're buying a MacBook. A MacBook right now costs 600, 700, a new MacBook. A MacBook, I knew when I bought mine, it was almost 600K. Now it's like almost 700, it's like 650, 700. When the investment you are making in your business, if I want to get, that means if I'm getting clients and I'm doing 50K, and I'm maybe from 50K and I'm saving 20K, before I will get a MacBook, it probably take me like 2 years. So when your investment does not align with your low prices anymore, penetration pricing is not working for you. And when your target market is resistant to a price increase, penetration pricing isn't working for you. Okay? Did anybody get that? Are you still with me? Are you still with me? Now let's go into skimming pricing. I'm sure maybe one of you saw how to price your services. How many of you were expecting me to teach something like this? Nobody. You were expecting me to say, okay, this is what you would do, this is what you would do. But I've noticed that when I tell you this is what you do, so for example, I tell you, okay, maybe you should start charging 80K now. How would you know when it's time to increase it if you don't actually understand the pricing matrix? So a lot of people might not understand that, but you didn't expect this, okay? But I hope you're learning, and I hope you're learning. Don't worry, I would make sure the replay is available as soon as I finish. I'll try to edit it and make it go up so that we have people that will be able to watch it. Now, skimming pricing. Now, this is a case where you introduce untested quality work at a competitive or relatively high price. Skimming pricing is a case where you introduce untested quality work at a competitive or relatively high price. Now, businesses that rely on novelty. Now, what's novelty? The quality of being new, original, or unusual. And fads, intense and widely shared enthusiasm for something, especially one that is short-lived. Mostly, it's more like a craze. Benefit from skimming. An example will be a merch, like a merch featuring celebrities or influencers. Despite the fact that the audience has yet to test the product quality, because it is a celebrity or an influencer that is like on the face of the brand of this thing, these products are often launched at a premium price. So when you see products that are launched, that are limited products for a particular influencer, they're called skimming prices. This is called skimming prices. Do you understand? That's why it's called skimming prices. And the reason skimming pricing works that way is that it is based on high demand and trends. Now, skimming pricing won't work for you if, number one, you don't have a lot of engagement with your target customers. If you have low engagement with your target customers, it won't work. And skimming pricing won't work. Pricing won't work if you need to deliver the offer as quickly as possible to avoid missing out on a novelty or any trend that you're relying on. So if you need to deliver the offer quickly, so that maybe there's a trend and you make a merch and you've done that word of the merch like maybe last year or last 2 years, and all of a sudden maybe a song comes out with that trend and you want to quickly up on it. You need to up on that trend to be able to sell out fast. That's skimming pricing, and you can now sell it at maybe a relatively high price. So it only works based on trend or novelty. That's when people are crazy about something. That's when skimming pricing works. If people are not crazy about it, it doesn't work. Do you understand? So that's what skimming pricing is. Are you still with me? Now, why does it work again? Let me come again. Skimming pricing works because it reaps benefits from novelty or fads. That's trends, things that people are crazy about at that particular moment and would actually go away. And it guarantees ROI, return on investment, especially for offers that have relatively short lifespan. It reaps benefits from novelty or fads. It guarantees ROI, especially for offers that have a relatively short lifespan. Now, skimming pricing, when is enough for you? When your target customers are not highly engaged with your offer. For example, I wanted to launch like a challenge, but it's probably launching after very soon when I'm done, like a paid challenge for 30 days. So when people pay for something, they will actually show up. It's limited, so people will want to like hop on that challenge because they've seen it for somebody like me that has an engaged audience. Now, when is enough for you? When the timing isn't right. That's when skimming pricing is not for you. Okay, now let's go to the last one, which is called premium pricing. I hope you guys are learning something new. I hope you're learning something new. Okay, now premium pricing, in this case, you are offering high quality service at a competitive price. For example, I'm offering my lowest social media management services in dollars is $500. So I'm offering high quality service at a very competitive price. So I get to be able to have like more clients and everything. Now, freelancing businesses that have gained strong case studies and validated experiences over the years are best suited for this approach, since they are confident enough to deliver services that have mastered. So for people like me, I offer premium pricing. Now, pricing that is competitive or premium helps position your business as an ideal and preferred choice. Pricing that is competitive or premium helps position your business as an ideal and preferred choice. Now, besides guaranteeing a high profit margin, it also challenges the current pricing structure in your market. Besides guaranteeing a high profit margin, premium pricing also challenges the current pricing structure in your market. Now, you should be very careful when you're jumping into premium pricing at the very beginning because of your freelancing career. So if you just start and like when I saw some people that I said they should fill the work with me and the social media portfolio this thing, and a lot of people filled 100 to 150K, I was just laughing. Like you want to jump into premium pricing when you've not even started from the bottom. You have to start from the bottom, to be honest. You have to prove your expertise when positioning yourself as premium. You need to be able to prove your expertise when positioning yourself as premium. And in spite of the premium price, you need to analyze if people will actually be drawn to your offer. Your ideal clients have been identified as well as their motivations for investing in that amount. So you need to be sure that, okay, you know what, my ideal client would be able to invest in that offer no matter how much I'm charging. Do you get? Now, why does premium pricing work? It ensures high profit margin. It positions your brand as ideal and favored. Like people like, okay, if Balaji says this thing is 10,000 naira, they will buy it. And it stimulates market aspirations. Premium pricing. When is premium pricing not for you? When your expertise is yet to be gained. That means you don't even have experience. When you have not forecasted guaranteed sales, or when you don't have a specific market to attract, that's when premium pricing is not for you. Now, that's the pricing metrics. I hope these concepts give you a better and more strategic perspective on how you should price your services based on the quality of your work.
To another part of pricing your services right to earn more. I'm sure you can't see my face, don't worry. I'm trying a new style of recording and I've not gotten the camera part yet. But anyways, we're going to talk about building a strategy around your pricing part 2. In part 1, we talked about the pricing metrics, and if you've not watched that module, you need to go back and watch it. We talked about the go-to approach for most freelancers, which is the hourly and the project based, and we're going to be expanding more on the pricing strategy metrics here. You're going to be hearing me talk about the economy pricing, penetration pricing, the scheming pricing, and also the premium pricing. I think I didn't really mention the scheming pricing here because it mostly doesn't work for freelancers. But let's go into what we're going to talk about today. Now, how can we apply all these insights, like the insights of the pricing strategy matrix, everything we've learned? Do you just have to randomly choose between these 4 and test what works for your business? Or do you just pick one after the other? Because like I said, we're basically going to touch most times in this part, we're touching economy, penetration, and scheming. Because when we talked about scheming is mostly for people that work with celebrities, and you're a freelancer, you're working with celebrities, so you need to be strategic and goal oriented when you're choosing your pricing, when you're building your strategy around your pricing. And you can begin to build your strategy by understanding where your business is currently at in terms of growth. In what stage of growth are you currently in when it comes to your pricing? Because you need to be able to understand that, oh, this is the stage of growth I'm currently in when it comes to my pricing, or this is the stage of growth I'm currently in when it comes to my pricing. Now, you need to align your strategy with your stage. Now, we're going to talk about the 4 different stages that exist, just like the 4 different stages that exist in the matrix, in the pricing metrics. Now, are you just starting to introduce yourself in the market? For most of you that are taking this course, this is where you fall into. Then there's another stage of, do you already have the leverage to justify your premium prices? And how is your business growing at this particular moment? You need to be able to ask these questions, because in order for your pricing strategy to work, it has to align with your business stage. So you need to know what stage you belong to. Now, there are 4 basic stages that exist. We have the introduction stage, which is the stage most of you are in. We have the growth stage, we have the expansion stage, and we have the maturity stage. But let's dive into it so that you can understand how you move from one stage to the other, because I think for now I'm in the expansion stage. I've not yet gotten to the maturity stage. I'm saying I might be in between the expansion stage and the maturity stage at this moment. For most of you here, you're still in the introduction stage, or for most people that have taken this course and are watching it again, you are in the growth stage. Now, at the introduction stage, you're gaining market traction. Gaining market traction is your primary goal. You want people to know more about you, and probably you are a one-man team. And speed is your main catalyst for change. So you need to apply speed in delivering clients results the right way. You need to apply speed in growing. You need to apply speed in showing up to events and everything, because you want to get your name out there. And for this, you need to be able to act quickly. So when I'm saying speed, I don't mean that you will have to jump processes or jump stages. No, it means following the right way, but also applying speed. So when a client asks for a content calendar, because the client has not worked with you before, because you're new in this field, you want to be able to deliver their content calendar to them on time. And most times your client list only consists of 1 or 2 clients, but it's not always like that. For somebody like me too, I don't try as much as possible. Right now, I think I only have like maybe 2 clients here.
or maybe 3. So at the introduction stage, most times maybe your client list of the people that are working was 1 or 2 basically. Now, in reference to pricing, based on the level of skills and competencies that you possess, you can either choose the economy price or the penetration price, because the economy price is for you that is just starting out, and this is the pricing that helps you introduce yourself to your target market. It's the pricing that is pretty affordable, and it's always a very good place to start building your freelance portfolio. Most times you don't want to go for the penetration price, because this is where you are assigning affordable rates to high quality work. You don't want to give them high quality work, because if you start with something, you have to finish it as you go on. You want to start with mostly economy price, and if you've been there for a while, you want to do penetration pricing. If you want to know more, please go back and rewatch the module, because everything falls hand in hand. And your main focus during the first 2-3 months of launching is to build case studies, meaning you want to build your portfolio, and this is the part where you are experimenting with the framework and strategies that you've learned. So what Balaji has taught you, what you've learned from Balaji, this is where you're experimenting and trying to see which one works for you. Where do you fall into whatever you've been listening or learning? Okay, how do I do this? How do I do this? This is where you experiment with your framework and your strategies. After it has been proven and it has worked, you can now slowly increase your prices. This is where you now move to the growth stage. And the growth stage here, your main goal changes. Your main goal moves from gaining market traction to solidifying your market presence. So you've gained traction already. You want to now solidify your market presence. You want people to know that you still exist, that there's nobody like the social media ogre in the market. And maybe now you've been outsourcing and you may have key roles that make up your creative team at this point. Maybe you have a graphic designer, maybe you have a content curator. And here it is sales that will drive the change. It's sales that will move you from this point to the other one. Now, in terms of pricing, you want to explore penetration pricing more, because in penetration pricing, like I said in the last module, you are offering introductory rates that can help you gain a foothold in your market quickly. Like, you are offering affordable rates to high quality work, so you're delivering high quality work, but also it is affordable. So for example, I know someone that for a strategy session, she's offering 30,000 naira for 3 hours. For somebody like me, I probably wouldn't do that, but she's offering high quality work, and what we classify that, it is called penetration price. So you're paving the way for premium pricing as you expand. So the penetration pricing helps you gain a foothold in the niche that you're, or in the markets that you're already in. And the things you invest in to grow your business must have a return on investment. So if you're offering high quality work, is that you get better at it, you become faster in your deliverables, so you can also increase your prices and people get to know you, you get more referrals, you build your client base, and this what works for you. Currently, you're in the process of positioning yourself as the ideal option, as your business needs money at this point to survive you, because you already have somebody you're paying, maybe a graphic designer, a content curator. You need money to be able to pay them and also to finance yourself and your business. So you want to do more of penetration pricing at this point. Now, after you're done with penetration pricing, you go to the next stage, which is called, after the growth stage, you're going to the expansion stage. Yeah, you're primarily interested in exploring new markets, like you're basically bored. And now I'm going to give you like an example of how long it takes to be in one stage or the other. So for example, if you're starting with the introduction stage, it might take you 1 to 2 years to actually move from the introduction stage to the growth stage. From the growth stage takes you maybe your 3rd or 4th year, and then to the expansion stage, your 5th year in social media management. Now, yeah, you're primarily interested in exploring new markets, and you might already be a team of 5 to 10 members on your team. For somebody like me, this doesn't work. I don't really have up to 5 people on my team, and that works fine for me. And the proving quality of your service is the main catalyst for change, because you've been giving quality service, you've been giving quality results. This is your main catalyst for change, and here is where you can assign premium rates for the work you do and for your team's work with enough leverage and justification, because people know that, okay, you are offering high quality service at a very competitive price. So for example, maybe people offer $500 for something you would do for $400. So you are offering premium rates for your team work with it, and the $400 is premium rate for you also. Now, The next stage is the maturity stage. Now, at this point, your agency should feel more stable, and there is an opportunity for you to introduce new offers. That's why I said for somebody like me, I'm in between the expansion stage and the maturity stage. Now, there's an opportunity for you to introduce new offers to your market. Now, for example, for somebody like me now, because I've been doing the social media management foundation course for 3 years, I know that, okay, the next stage for me is to introduce a new course, which is like an Instagram course, a Twitter course, a Facebook course separately. And your agency already exists, and your specialty is the main catalyst for change. And for this, you're expected to master a super skill or specialty. Now, you can also experiment with your pricing models without risking the failure of your business, since your premium rates are really justified. So you can keep increasing your rates until you get to the peak point, because you can't keep increasing your rates every single time. So when you're in the maturity stage, or most times in the expansion stage, you can keep increasing your rates because they are justified. In conclusion, this is the ideal way to build your pricing strategy. However, I want you to keep in mind that the process of building a business isn't the same for everyone. So I said you might be in the introduction stage for 1 to 2 years. For some of you, it might just take one year or 6 months, and you can move to the next phase. So you still have the choice to align or disrupt the system at the end of the day. It's totally up to you. And in order to build strategies that maximize benefits and minimize risks, you have to always think ahead. Now, while you're investing in your growth, you should increase your rates if you're starting at the economy pricing, because as you're investing in your growth, it's money that you're spending to invest in your growth, to buy a laptop, to buy courses, to go for classes, to attend events. So you want to also be adding this to the rates as you're investing in your growth. But note, when you're in economy stage and you're investing in your growth, you have to make sure that you're investing in your growth for you to increase your prices. So if you're not investing in your growth, increasing your prices might not come easy for you. The price you set this month is not permanent, because you can change it next month. And it is always very important to be strategic in building your pricing. I will see you guys in the next module. All right, bye.
In this module, we're going to be talking about building your freelance service package. We've been able to talk about the pricing metrics at the very beginning, and in the second one, we're talking about pricing your services to earn right. And now we're going to be talking about building your freelancer service package. And since we've had the backbone of your pricing strategy, we're going to discuss 4 easy steps to build your freelance service packages. And therefore, basically, draw from knowledge and research, specify your unique offers in packages, offer tiers or bundle options, and set up opportunities for upsells. Now let's start with the first one, drawing from knowledge and research. So before I read what's in the slide, if you're listening to my voice, because you can't see my face right now, I'm going to say, number one, when I say analyze your competitors, I don't mean you come to my DM and say, oh, Balaji, please, can I see your rate card? Or you go to Salem's DM and say, oh, Salem, can I see your rate? Or you go to someone you consider a competitor in your niche and say, sorry, please, can I see your rate card? No, you don't do that. You do your research. You go to their website. You go to maybe posts they've made about their pricing, or whatever they've listed about their pricing, and you analyze it. You don't analyze one competitor. That's why I say analyze your competitors. You want to analyze people that have gone before you, and you want to analyze people that are also in the same level as you without even getting sucked into a rabbit hole. You know what a rabbit hole is, right? Now, you need to also make sure your assumptions about your ideal client's purchasing power are accurate. Now, for example, if you're somebody that is still doing the economy pricing, you can't say you want to charge the same way I am charging, because I'm not on the same level when it comes to the pricing metrics. I am more on the premium level and you're still in economy pricing. And there are 2 other levels before you get to the premium level. So you want to make assumptions on your client's purchasing power based on the level you are. And you want to check your competitors that are also on the same level as you are, to now draw from your knowledge and research and also say, okay, this is how much I'm going to be charging right now. The next thing you want to do is you want to specify your unique offer in your packages. You want to start out by listing out the specific services you will offer for each of your different packages. So a lot of people be like, you have this package, and the thing is both packages are quite the same. So you want to make sure you highlight the difference between the packages, not only with respect to the service, but also with respect to the challenges you hope to overcome with that package and the results that you're promising them with that particular package.
Also, you want to highlight the differences between your different packages, because a lot of people don't highlight the differences, and allow for flexibility and customized offering. Now, a lot of people say, oh, I have packages, so I'm going to stick to it. What if what is on your packages, your client wants something extra? So you can also let your clients know that, okay, you know what, I do customize packaging, and I can also do one for you if you want one. You may come across clients in unique circumstances, so you need to prepare customized offers for those clients as well. The third thing you want to do is you want to offer tiers or bundle options. And there's some services that work best when they're combined with other. Like, for example, email marketing works best when you are ads manager or you are the social media manager. Community management works best when you are also the social media manager. For somebody that has like a private community, those are like bundle options. So you can divide your services into tiers to assist your clients in their decision making process. You should also compartmentalize your services to make it easier for your clients to distinguish between them. Put them in compartments. That's what I mean. Put your services in compartments to make sure your clients can distinguish that this one is different from this one. And also, you want to put the spotlight on your star offer. Now, for example, if you've created your proposals and you're sending it to your clients, you want to have a star offer where you tell them, okay, you make that offer so irresistible, that's the one they're going to go for. So you want to build an all-in-one package that you can sell as your star or your signature deal. And the last one is you want to set up opportunities for upsells. You want to set up opportunities for upsells. Like during the strategy building process, you can set up opportunities for upselling. Like you can make your packages upsells friendly. So even if when I upsell, meaning you can increase your that same package after a while because you are offering quality results, and this will emphasize how much better results you can deliver. And the higher the investment your clients make, better the results. So you want to tell them that, okay, I'm increasing my price and I'll be able to offer you so on. So you want to set up your packages for upsells.
Hi, welcome to Models, where I teach you how to create a social media strategy. And for this particular model, we'll also have a practical session. So it's going to be a practical live session where I walk you through creating a basic social media strategy. But let's get into it, shall we? To create a successful social media strategy for a business, you need many pieces as possible. You should create a strategic plan after gathering all the pieces of information that you have. All the pieces of information that you have. In the practical class, I'm going to be talking about the pieces of information that you need to have gathered during your discovery call to create the strategy for your clients. Number one, goals and objectives. The intake questionnaire will have asked your clients about their social media goals. Yeah, we're going to have a questionnaire that you would use during the practical sessions. Organize these goals and objectives into one document, and this will serve as your starting point. So this will serve as a starting point for your business or your brand or where you start creating from. So social media strategies are incomplete without goals and objectives. Yet we often get asked, why are you on social media? Media. Business owners answer with, because someone told me to, or it's where I'm going to be seen. Ensure that your clients have clear goals. Or if they don't, make sure you have clear goals for each of your clients. Social media audits. You need to have your social media audit report that you've done there. You need to put it here. Create a spreadsheet and note each social media platform, the number of followers they have, frequency of content, format of the content, frequency of content, how often they post, format of the content, the format of content that they put out, the engagement rate. You can calculate it. I'll show you how to do that in the class. Design and layout, you know, those ones that have aesthetic feel layouts. You want to take a screenshot and put it there. Or you want to know the types of the design layouts that exist. Branding, the missing piece, the things that are missing, and others, put it there in your social media audits. Competitor analysis, in a similar manner to a social media audit, but with a little bit more concise information. The competitor analysis illustrates what the competition is doing well as where they're getting most traction. So you want to ask your client what their competitors analysis are. Or if your clients don't know, you have to do a little bit of legwork. And one thing you should know is that social media strategy isn't for just the clients that you manage. You can do social media strategy for as many people as you want. You can offer it as a one-off add-on services. So observe what is working, what platforms they are gaining engagement and followers on, and what they are doing to do so. Review their content and note what you like and what you dislike about it. Are you or your clients' competitors using social media effectively? You want to put that and note that down in your document. Conducting keyword research. A lot of people might be like, okay, it's just social media, but keyword actually matters a lot on social media, just in case you don't know. As part of the process of working closely with the client on a strategic plan, one of the things that you should ask them for is their current list of keywords. What keywords do they use? Some of them don't know, but ask them common words that they use for their business. And such a list was likely compiled when they first engaged a web designer or a graphic designer or a brand designer. And in the absence of a working list of keywords, you need to develop one based on their products, their services, locations, and also their client avatar, which you will create for them if they don't have one. Now, to rank for these keywords on Google, they need to incorporate these keywords into their content strategy. As a result, these keywords should be incorporated into their social media strategy also, meaning you insert these keywords into their captions, into their text, and all. After you have a list, use a tool, answerthepublic.com, to identify words and phrases associated with this keyword. And local keywords are important to get ranked if you want to promote a brick and mortar business. Like a brick and mortar business are those ones that are popular, relatively common. Make sure to always include them in your list. Number 5, content calendar. The next step is to create a content calendar. Not to worry. I am going to teach you in Module 9 how to create a content calendar, different type of content calendar that exist. And the next step is to create a content calendar. Describe when, where, and what is currently being published, including blog content in this content calendar, if they have blog content. And you will use this calendar as a starting point for creating a new content calendar once the strategic plan is complete. So you need to be able to do this for them. Now, strategizing for success. Last but not the least, you're going to pull all the pieces together into a social media strategy. You are not alone if you're confused about this part. Tactics and strategies often get mixed up. Trust me, we have so many experts and it can be very confusing, but not to worry. Strategy is the combination of things that you need to do to hit one or more objectives limited by time and resources. And it is what you set out to do to achieve some desired outcome with constrained resources over a specific time frame. And while a tactic is a tool, method that you will adopt to hit a measurable result. In other words, a tactic makes no sense if you don't know what you're doing. It doesn't. And a tactic is meaningless and worse than useless unless it is tied to an objective with measurable results. A tactic is useless. And marketing is the process of identifying and satisfying customer needs to grow revenue and thereby profit and shareholder value. All these things in English. Once you know how to apply the strategy, once you know how to create the strategy and apply the tactic to implement the strategy and turn it into a marketing process, you're good to go. This same goes for marketing. You're going to take the goals and objectives and come up with ways and tactics to reach them in your strategy. You use tactics like multiple ad campaigns, more organic posts on certain channels, more emails, or new blogging formats to boost web traffic. You need to describe and detail whatever strategies and tactics you think will yield the best results in your strategic plan. You need to describe them. Now, one last thing before we go into the next one. Keep your social media strategic plan handy and refer to it often. If you've created one for a business that you will be managing, keep it in handy. I recommend setting 3, 6, 12-month goals and revisiting or reworking the plan every year. If you're in batch A, which is the first batch in the first quarter, you can start now. It's very easy to set your 12-month goal. If you're in batch B, 6 months, you work it. But if you're in the last batch, 3 months. It's really fine. It's never delayed. Now, blending social media marketing with business growth. What are some tangible ways social media marketers can go through beyond posting schedules, creating visual content, and managing through their accounts? They need to look up from their work and become a core part of any long-term strategy. But there are 3 ideas to get you started. Let me give you. Make sure you're onboarding clients with the big picture in mind. While there are many recommendations on how to for onboarding new clients, like I've given you, you need to have a very big picture in your mind and you need to ask more questions. Oh, I always do this to ask prospects, tell me everything that's gotten you here. Tell me your story. Most times they tell you about their social media, but no, let them tell you their story. What they want to, they think you want to hear about their social media. No, no, tell them what has gotten to your business to the point where it is right now. When they do this, when they start telling a story, cut them off and tell them to tell you about their whole business model, because you want to care about it. And that's what's going to, once you genuinely care about something, it becomes easier for you to create. Get to know their long-term business goals, their business models, their social media, and their operations. Make sure that you're embodying them with the big picture in mind. Get to know your clients regularly. Include this in your pricing model if necessary. Consult your clients frequently about social media. Ask them, okay, how did I do this one? What do you think about this video? Did you really like it? Just ask them. When I say dialogue, two-way communication, not just you talking, okay? Talk about what you're seeing and hearing in the community and how you can actually impute that into your content strategy. And most importantly, how it is aligned with the bigger picture that they've discussed with you. Furthermore, you can make suggestions for the long-term vision of the company beyond social media. Yeah. And because social media plays an important role in businesses, you may be able to discuss sales, customer service, operations, and business strategy positions. You can. You may be able to, and you may not be, but that's fine. And you need to inform your clients about what you're learning from social media. Business owners are not familiar with the concept of social listening. And social listening is what you as a social media manager need to learn. And it's an essential part of community management. You need to listen to what your clients are saying, what their competitors are doing. That's a social listening. You are taking in the information. And through social listening, you demonstrate that you represent all sides and you can see the bigger picture. It cannot be denied that businesses are growing rapidly and social media managers must deal with social media platforms that change at the same rate as businesses. Because social media can serve so many purposes, we social media managers are required to wear many hats. But that's fine. You can put one off. And with increased pressure and in that environment, social media managers are best positioned to move into strategic management, consulting roles if they want to. Because after being a social media manager for so long, you want to be a consultant. Want to start consulting for big brands. You don't want to be scheduling posts every single time and doing that all. Don't worry. No matter what quarter, what batch you're in, we have a practical session for this. You can watch some of the previous videos that will be attached in this module. Because as every batch comes in, we're going to save the recording for batch A, batch B, batch C. So you get to rewatch it. And in case we miss out on anything when it comes to the next batch. And in the next module, I am going to be talking about how to correct your clients on realistic expectation. All right, guys.
All right, hi guys. Welcome to another class. And today we're going to be talking about how you are going to be able to nail a discovery call the right way. Now, there are so many of you that probably jumped on there, you'll be given discovery call scripts and you're like, okay, yeah, this is a script, but how do I do it and everything? I'm just going to be teaching you what I feel you should know when it comes to nailing a discovery call. And I hope that you're ready to learn. If you have your notepad ready, get ready to write. I promise not to waste your time. And I'm not doing definitions. I am going straight to the point. So let's go. Now, in any service-based business, the discovery call is a key element and can be the difference between a successful relationship and one that doesn't become successful. So the discovery call is a key element that it gives you the difference between a successful relationship and one that is not a successful relationship. Now, the goal of this class is to help you master how to execute a successful and productive discovery call, and also to learn how to prepare for, lead, and follow through on a productive discovery call. That's what the goal of this class is. Now, what are the things that you should note when it comes to discovery calls? Number one, discovery calls are like first dates. There's no in between when it comes to discovery call. And the key is to be smarter and strategic about it, since discovery calls is the key to your business goals. A lot of people are up on calls and be like, just up on calls, you just want to hear it. You need to know exactly how well you're going to execute a discovery call. And I'm going to give you a script which will attach to this part of the model where it's going to be the discovery calls file and everything. Now, is this you?
We often find that new freelancers are nervous and self-conscious when we think about executing a discovery call. Like a lot of you are nervous, you're self-conscious when we think about, okay, let's execute a discovery call. Now, if you're confused and you're mentally absent during that call, imagine how the client will perceive you. If I'm talking to somebody and the person is absent-minded or mentally absent, I know, like, okay, you know what? This person is not fit enough to work on my business. So they might think that you might not be a good fit for them. Now, when you come unprepared and nervous to a discovery call, you fail to accomplish what your goal is. Now, what are the things you should note? Number one, discovery calls are like first dates. There is no in between. There is no in between. Oh, now I've said this one now. Okay. The outcome of showing up nervous and unprepared for a discovery call. Let's talk about the outcome. If you show up unprepared or nervous to a discovery call, what are the possible outcomes that will occur? One, in the first place, you miss out on the chance to get to know your potential clients better. That means if you show up to a discovery call nervous or you show up unprepared, you don't get to know who they are better. Secondly, you lack confidence and conviction in what you do. So you cannot clearly articulate what your value is and what it is that you offer. Thirdly, in addition, you might end up not having clear next steps or expectations due to being unprepared and nervous, which is solvable. But when you start the process with little preparation and study, it snowballs into your client's experience. What's on your mind before a discovery call? And what is your mindset before hopping on that call with your clients? That's what I want to go into now. Now, are you thinking, I want to be liked by this client? Or do I need to put my best foot forward? Or this needs to be closed, I should sell it. You need to have a mindset when you're heading into a discovery call. Do you want to just be liked by the client? Do you need to put your best foot forward? Or do you need to close the deal because you want to sell your offers? What's the purpose of me asking this question? The reason is that many of us are open on the discovery call in a job interview mindset. And what does the job interview mindset do? The job interview mindset positions your client as your superior and as a need. You want to just go for a job and everything. If you are open with the mindset, oh, you want the client to like you, you must sell, you must do this one, it positions your client as superior over you. That means the ball is no longer in your court. That's why you feel like you have to please them or you have to go the extra mile and share your best feature with them. No, a discovery call is not that. You don't have to please your client. You don't have to go the extra mile with your client. Now, think about it. If you ditch the job interview mindset, you will totally change your life as a CEO and a business owner. You need to start considering yourself as a potential business partner who can offer them solutions to what their problems are. Think about it like, okay, if you place yourself like somebody that is a potential business partner who can offer them a solution to their problems, it places you almost on the same level as the client. Let's continue. Now, that's a lot of talk. You need to position yourself equally in that call and look at it as an opportunity to discuss business growth, strategy, challenges. When you go on a date with a guy or a girl, you want to make that date unforgettable if you're looking to be in a relationship with them. So think of a discovery call as you going on a date with your client. You need to make it unforgettable for them. So you want to make sure you're discussing business growth, strategy, and challenges, because those are the things that will help you now sell your offer. I'm getting somewhere. Now, having this CEO business owner mindset will allow you to exude credibility and also show you favorability as a service provider during any discovery call. As a result, you will also be able to help your potential clients gain clarity about what they need and what you can provide. Having that connection can motivate them to partner with you if you start it off right. If you start your discovery call with the right steps in the right place, it helps you to be able to partner with clients as you go. Now, what and how to prepare for a discovery call. Let's go into it. I hope you guys are still following me. By the end of this class, you'll be able to nail and see where you're making mistakes when it comes to your discovery call. In order for leads to reach discovery call stage, you must set up entry points and filters to determine the impact of your discovery call. Most of you don't have entry points. You just jump on calls from one client to the other and everything. You must be able to filter your leads. You must be able to have leads. You must first be able to generate leads, then filter between those leads, because not every single client is your client. Now, before the call, what are the things you need to do before a discovery call? You need to create an appointment stroke scheduling system. I will explain that. You need to utilize an intake form to gather crucial information about your clients. You need to establish pre-qualification criteria for leads. You need to bring a lead profile business audit with you to the call. Create an appointment stroke scheduling system. Utilize an intake form to gather crucial information about your clients. Establish pre-qualification criteria for leads. Bring a lead or profile business audit with you to the call. Now let's dive into it, shall we? When I create an appointment stroke scheduling system, make it easy for your leads to book a discovery call with you. You need to make it easy for the people that, okay, who are leads? People that are looking to work with you. Not every lead becomes a paying customer, and that's fine. But you need to make it easy for your leads to book a discovery call with you. And there are tools and platforms that you can use. A tool that is already set up will only make your life easier, but also make it easier for your leads. I'm sure a lot of you have heard of Calendly, and no problem. We're going to be diving into, I think, some of what the social media Avon community is going to be talking about is talking about these tools extensively on how you can use them for your business. I might not be able to talk about it, but there are ways that you can use some of these tools extensively for your business. Now, I have an intake form. I have an intake form because I don't want to be jumping on calls with every single person. That's why I don't put the book a meeting with me link on my bio. Now, please don't jump into a discovery call without any information about your lead. You need to have information on what they need, why they contacted you, and this will make things much easier for you. You're not jumping into the call blindly. You can use things like Typeform, Google Form, Jotform, Airtable form. I use an Airtable form to qualify my leads, to pre-qualify my leads. So if I see whatever you filled in the budget is not going to work for me, I'm not going to hop on a call with you. If I feel oh, whatever you filled is not working for me and everything, it might not even just be budget-wise, I'm not going to hop on a call for you. I'll just send you a mail and tell you, okay, sorry, I'm not willing to work with you. And that's that. Now, it is important for you to pre-qualify your clients before you jump on a discovery call with them. And in most cases, people would use the BANT model. I just find out about the BANT model: budget, authority, need, and time. Now, this, for example, by pre-qualifying, you can ask questions aligned with these factors. For example, what is the budget for this engagement? That's why when I ask clients, what's your budget? If I see that your budget is 10,000 naira or we see $100, I'm just like, okay, well, we're not going to be able to work together. And that's fine. There's no use wasting each other's time. Let's go. Let's just get clear with it. Number two, how long have they been in business? You want to know how long they've been in business. It's a question you want to ask. Because if somebody is just starting a new business, let me tell you something. Working with a new business is harder than working with a business that's already started. So you need to charge more when you're working with a business that's just starting out on social media, just in case you don't know that. What specific services are they in need of? You need to know, because some clients don't want you replying their DMs. So clients just want you to create content for them and do community management. Some don't even need community management. They just want you to create content for them. So when you pre-qualify your leads with your intake form, it gets you to know that, okay, this is what is expected of me from this particular client. It helps you to not waste your time doing the wrong things. What is the deadline? So for me, I always put a deadline to myself. So I work with clients per 3 months, every 3 months. After 3 months, you're willing to check if you're making sales. So yesterday I was talking to a client and I got to discover that from everything she's doing, she's only been able to make one sale in the past 2 weeks. And it will tell on how much she'll pay me. So I'm like, okay, maybe the next thing we can do is we can consider running ads and see how they will work and everything.
When is the deadline? You can put a deadline for 3 months. After 3 months, if I don't enjoy working with the client, please it's okay. We can just go our separate ways. It's fine. It doesn't end on a very bad note. It doesn't end on a very bad note. Now, you'd know if they fit your ideal client persona by asking these questions early on. Plus, this will be a good preference in what you find important to discuss on discovery calls. I hope somebody's learning. Profile and business audit with you. Now, when you're coming on a discovery call, most times I tell people that please put in your Instagram handle. So before I open a discovery call with any client, I have gone through their Instagram page or I've gone through their social media pages and I've seen that, okay, this is not working, this is not working. So I have come to the call prepared. That's why you need to come with, you would have audited a mini audit, just look through it. You're not looking into it, but you're looking in there. Maybe you're going through 1, 2, 3, you just go through 3 posts and you already know what it is that you're going to tell the clients from just looking at 3, 4 posts. And it will help you be able to approach the conversation like somebody that knows what they are doing. So I have a space on my intake form that says, what is your social media handle? Now, if you are one who nurtures and delights leads before they become clients, bringing a fleshed out profile of the person you're speaking to would be very wise. You don't even have to have a document. You can have it written somewhere else and you tell them, okay, I'm going to be reading this for you based on what I've been able to go through your pages and I've been able to see that these are the problems that you're facing. You're not giving a full recommendation. If you work with me, I'll be able to fix this. If you work with me, I'll be able to fix that. You come in as a professional that actually knows what exactly they are doing. You can also have a much more positive conversation with them if you conduct an audit. That means you've just done, and there are different kinds of audits. You've just done, okay, a minor audit. You've gone through everything like, okay, and this is where you're approaching in the conversation. So it's not like you're clueless. Now, take note. When you have more information about your potential clients, there are more things that you can leverage to make the conversation successful. Once you're able to have more information about your potential clients, you can leverage on more things in your conversation to make it a very successful discovery call. Even if you don't get to work with the clients again, the clients will know that, okay, yes, hopping on this call with Bolaji makes me know that Bolaji is an expert and maybe when I can afford it, I'll come back to Bolaji. That's it. Now, the next thing is the actual call. The way we think about sales needs to be reframed, especially as social media managers. Being pushy isn't necessary. You don't have to push. You don't need to be sleazy. High pressure tactics, you don't need that. You need to have something of value to offer. You don't need to be sleazy. You need to have something of value to offer. A lot of social media managers out there are sleazy. You want to apply pressure. No, you don't have to do that. You need to help someone solve their problems. Helping someone solve their problems, you need to let them know that I can help you solve your problem and it's possible for us to solve this problem together. And how will people know you can help them if you don't put it out there? You need to be able to put it out there that, okay, you know what? I can help you to solve these problems. Now, consider offering a glass of wine to someone at your house. The wine does not represent you or your words. Wine is just wine. It doesn't matter if your friend likes or dislikes your wine. You are who you are. It's just wine. If you come to my house and I offer you a glass of water or offer you wine, the wine I give you does not represent who I am or does not represent my words. Wine is just wine. You might say, okay, there's expensive wine, there's cheap wine. If you offer me wine, I don't know the difference between expensive wine and I don't know the difference between cheap wine. If it's sweet and it's not alcoholic, I will take it. And that doesn't represent your words towards me. So it doesn't matter if your friend likes or dislikes your wine. It doesn't make you less of who you are. Now, discovery calls are not meant for you to go deep into strategies or your house. A lot of people, you turn your discovery call into full-blown strategy sessions and you're not even charging for it. They are not meant for you to go deep into strategies or your house. Discovery calls are meant for you to get to understand who the client is. You don't go on a date, first date, and you're already telling the person, oh, I want to marry you. Oh, I want to do this. I want to be hello. Now, after the call, you need to send meeting notes, send a custom fit proposal, and don't hesitate to send follow-ups. Now, during a discovery call, you should establish a clear expectation and processes for following up. A lot of you don't establish clear expectations and processes for follow-up. You need to let the client know that, okay, I'll be sending you this, I'll be sending you that. after the call and everything. After the call, you can take 15 to 20 minutes to gather and organize your meeting notes. Always make sure you have a notepad. Even if you're not recording the session, you can have a notepad where you are writing the key points. Your meeting notes to send immediately to the prospective client. It makes your client know that, okay, this person is serious about this relationship and it's something I'm willing to do, to work with, somebody I'm willing to work with. And this will give them the chance to ask questions if they're still unclear or curious after pondering for a few minutes. Like for somebody like me, I've gone back and forth with clients in the discovery call session. Like after the discovery call session, we've gone back and forth in the email to make things clear for some particular clients. And like, you know what? Can we do it this way? Or can we do it this way? Or can we do it this way? That's what works. Now, the next step is to send over a customized proposal for your clients. Don't worry, we're going to talk about how to create a proposal. It's not something I've been teaching lately, but I'm going to teach you how to create a customized proposal to send to your clients. You need to let them know that you understand their challenges and that you have a specific deliverable and strategy or service package that can help them overcome those challenges. Now, creating a proposal that positions you as a necessity is crucial. You need to have a proposal that positions you as a necessity. If you don't have a proposal that positions you as a necessity, then what exactly are you doing as a social media manager? You need to have a proposal that positions you as a necessity. Now, you should also follow up on your potential clients. You can do this politely without being condescending or pushy. A lot of social media managers are so pushy. You don't have to be pushy. You don't have to be condescending. You can actually follow up politely. You can send emails every day without even being pushy. You're dealing with busy people, so don't be afraid to follow up after you submitted a proposal. A lot of business owners are very busy. They are very busy. And that's why they come to look for you as their social media manager. So you're dealing with busy people. You don't have to don't be afraid to follow up after you submitted a proposal. You can send a reminder about your proposals 3 to 5 days to your clients. Now, I created a script. What exactly is Zoom? I created a script that I'm going to share. I'm going to attach it to this folder when I'm updating it. Now, nailing a discovery call. First things first, you want to have a 5-minute talk with them, and it has to be personal. Hi there, whatever the name of your client is, you need to have in your intake form, have a name for the name. If you cannot pronounce their name very well, hi there, please, how exactly do you pronounce your name? Yeah. Great to chat with you today. How's your day going so far? Let the client reply. Okay, how was your weekend? If he's just coming from, let's say your discovery call is on a Monday or Tuesday. Did you do anything fun? Or if your discovery call is in the evening, has it been a busy day so far for you? It's been a busy day so far for me and everything. You get. I'm based in Nigeria. What about you? Where are you based? Can you tell me where you're based? What about you? Now, when you've talked long enough about personal stuff and you need to transition to business chat, you know what, Balaji, we're on a call for this reason. So why don't we get to what you really want to talk about, which is your business? How does that sound? Balaji will respond to you. Okay, now you need to set the agenda for the meeting. You've had personal talk. Now let's set the agenda for the meeting. We'll first discuss your business, what you do, how your business looks today, and what goals you have for your business in the next 3 to 6 months. You're talking. We'll then discuss the major challenges you're facing. After that, if I believe I can help you overcome these challenges with my services, I will let you know how we can potentially collaborate. What do you think? You listen to what Balaji has to say. Awesome. So let's dive into it. Now, tell me about what your goals and your businesses are. You listen to what the client has to say. Okay. And if a magic fairy could swoop in, what would you like your business to look like 3 months from now? As you're doing it, you're writing it down or you're recording the session. What does your business look right now and where would you like it to go? What results are you aiming to achieve in the next 3 or 6 months working together? If a client says, oh, I'm looking for 10,000 followers and they're still at 1,000 followers, just know that the client is willing to want you to turn into a magic fairy. And that's what you're not. So discovery calls will also help you. It's not every client that you have a discovery call with that will actually now be somebody you work with in the long run. What results would you like to see if we're working together? Now, 10 minutes into it again, you can talk about their pain points. You don't have to use all these questions. I'm still going to have it. I'll pick somebody that probably would be able to turn on their camera on, and we'll have a discovery call, chat, and everything. What do you feel is stopping you from achieving your major goals? You can ask questions like, what do you think is the biggest reason why you're not hitting your goals right now? What are the main areas that you feel are a burden? What's the driving force underneath everything? Why do you want to make a change right now? Your business is doing fine overall. So really, what's the reason? You get to talk about their pain points and the challenges. Then the next one is timing or urgency. Okay, cool. I think I really understand your goals and your business challenges. Now, I'd love to get a sense of your timing. How quickly you really like to see your goals achieved? Is this something you want to get working on today, or can you wait until next year? If you don't solve this challenge soon, what do you think will happen to your business? Just asking them those questions. Then at the end of everything, you want to sum up and say, oh, Balaji, I appreciate you for sharing that. You were really authentic and it was nice for you to tell me all that. But I want to recap it so I don't miss a bit. And when I recap it, can you tell me if I missed out on anything else or if anything else came up for you? All right, so you recap the major goals and the major points. Did I get it right? If the client says yes, or they say, oh, you missed out on this, you let them know. So you're on this call because you have this problem 1, problem 2, problem 3. I am 100% confident that this, my package 1 can help you. It includes mention the deliveries. And I really think that it will help you achieve these major goals while you're trying to alleviate your major challenges. So shall we talk money? Do you want to know what my investment looks like? Or are you curious to hear about my prices? Of course, they will give you information like that. Okay, no problem. You can mention the packages in your proposal on the call, the packages you have, and be like, okay, if you want to see more breakdown, after the call, I will send you a customized proposal, send it to you via email, and this is how we work and everything. And there you go, discovery call nailed. Now, that's a lot, but let's do the practical session. So I need somebody to volunteer. Please make sure there's no noise in your background, and make sure you can turn your camera on. I want to do a discovery session with one person from this class. Please, who is available? Make sure you can turn your camera on. Make sure you can talk and everything here. Please let me know who is available. You can turn your camera on, and I want to do a discovery call with somebody for your business. Whatever business you are doing, maybe even a social media manager or anything, I want to do a discovery call with one person in this class. So who is volunteering to do that? Okay, so I'm going to do it like I don't know you. I know you're a social media manager. You have a social media management business. So we're going to do the call how will I say it? I'm helping you with your social media management business. So you need to answer me favorably. Okay. And I'm also going to be noting down the points you have. Let me get a pen. So that I want to show everybody here how exactly you can nail a discovery call with your clients. So everybody can pick from the steps, and you can also come back and watch the recording later on. Okay. Hi there, Joy. Great to chat with you. How's your day going so far?
It's been fine. Thank you. Hi, Bolaji.
Hi. So I'm based in Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. Where exactly are you located?
I'm also in Lagos, Nigeria.
Okay.
I'm also in Lagos.
So how's been your day? How's the weekend? Any work for you today? Or you're just going to be chilling? Or are you going to be working or spending time with family? What are you going to be doing today?
A bit of work, because of course this is when I have time to do other things that's not like selling and planning business. So yeah, I'm still doing a bit of work, which is why I need a social media manager to relieve the burden.
Okay, that's perfect. You know what, Joyce, we're on this call for a reason. So why don't we get into what you really want to talk about, which is your business? How does that sound?
It sounds perfect.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So we'll first discuss your business, what you do, how your business looks like today, and what goals you have for your business in the next 3 to 6 months. Then we'll now discuss the major challenges you're facing. After that, if I believe that I can help you overcome those challenges, which means that I might not be able to be the right fit for you, and that's okay, I'll let you know. But if I am the perfect person to help you overcome those challenges with my services, I will let you know how we can potentially collaborate. What do you think?
That sounds great. All right,
awesome. Let's dive in. All right. Please, can you tell me about you and your business or your business goals? Well, I'd like to know about who you are and what your business goals are.
Okay, so currently, I don't know, I'm a business person already. I run a fashion business and I've been struggling with putting my brand out there because a lot of times I'm more focused on making the dresses, managing my tailors and all of these things. But I know how important social media is to a fashion business in this generation. And I really want to leverage on that to at least sell my business and push it beyond my current location and beyond my family and friends and church members. So I'm hoping that by getting a social media manager, one who is as versed as you are, that we can push this brand beyond Lagos. I don't know how it's going to be. And not just push the brand, but push the brand and also sell or attract the kind of audience that I want, people that can actually buy what we are selling at my fashion business, and also tell a story about my brand, because I don't want to just be like a brand. I want to have an emotion connected to my brand. I want to be able to tell a story. So I've tried doing this on my own. I've done my research, but it's been overwhelming doing that, planning the content and also pushing it. In fact, it's just been a lot. So I just want somebody who can help me with this and also give advice on what I can do better and how I can assist, because I know you're not going to be doing it in a silo. We're going to be working together eventually. Yeah, that's basically it. I don't know if there's anything else you want to know.
Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. Now, if I was a magic fairy, which I'm not saying I am, if a magic fairy could swoop in, what would you like your business to look like 3 months from now? Give me specific goals. Give me 3 things that you would like your business to look like 3 months from now.
Okay, so I would like my business to have a consistent brand voice. I want it to even look like a brand. That's number one. I will want to increase my followers. Like, it's important to me because I know that followers might mean that I will be able to convert more people. It might not necessarily mean everybody will buy, but at least I have more leads to convert to buyers. That's number 2. And then number 3, I want to start seeing engagement from not just Lagos, Nigeria, and not just my friends that are just liking it because they feel like they're indebted to like it because it's their friend's business. But I want people to start engaging because it connects with the brand. But I think that's linked to the brand even having a brand tone and a brand voice and all of that. So, yeah.
I'm so glad you understand about having a brand tone and having a brand voice, because I like the fact where you said you want to be seeing engagement because people can connect emotionally with the brand. And I feel like you get to understand that, okay, it's emotions that actually make people buy. Yeah. If we get to work together, what results would you like to see? What you just stated, are those like the results you would like to see if we're working together? Or would you like to add more?
Yeah, that's basically like that's what I'm looking for basically. So maybe, of course, we're going to look at where I am currently, and then we'll know, okay, you can tell me as the expert here, what is even achievable in like the next 3 months. And we can now check maybe the engagements that I was talking about and how it has grown. For the brand voice and brand tone, that is something that would even work at together. And I can see that in the way because I'm very into aesthetics. I know that people are saying that aesthetics are not like the in thing now, you should create value. But I know that we can create value and still have an aesthetically pleasing brand. So I want to see that my brand is even aesthetically pleasing to me, because that way I can know that people like me, who are the people I even want to attract, I don't know, but my business is very personal to me. So I can know that, okay, people like me will see my brand and they would fall in love with my brand. So those 2 things, and then insights and engagements. You can actually just tell me where we can look for these results. I really don't know how these things work.
Okay, that's perfect. I'm just noting things down. All right. Okay, so I think I really understand what your goals and your business challenges are. Now, I'd like to get a sense of your timing. Now, because a lot of people feel like, okay, once they start working with a social media manager, you get to start seeing results. And most times I tell my clients that before you can get to see results, you have to see results within at least 90 days, which is like 3 months. So even the first month of working with you might not actually see results. The second month, you might start seeing a little results. And the third month, maybe that's when you can now judge based on everything I'm doing. Now, how quickly would you like to see your goals achieved? How?
Yeah, 90 days sounds realistic because I don't know. I've tried run that. It doesn't work as fast as we think it will work. So I think giving it longer stretch would make more sense. So it's worked.
Okay, so is this something you want to get to work? You want us to start working on almost immediately, or do you want us to wait till a later time?
Almost immediately is fine. It's fine.
Okay.
As long as the budget actually is something that both of us work with, yeah.
All right. So I appreciate you for sharing so much. You were really authentic and very fun to speak with. But I want to quickly recap so I don't miss out anything. And when I recap it, you can tell me if I missed out on anything or if anything else came up for you. So you run a fashion business, and your 3 main goals are to like put your brand out there, push it beyond your current location, your family, and your friends. You want to tell a story about who your brand is. And some of the challenges you face is planning your content, because you want to be able to plan that. And in 3 months' time, you want to have a consistent brand voice. You want to actually look like a brand. You want to increase your followers. You want to convert most of your leads to paying buyers. And you want to see engagement because you want to provoke emotions, because you want to connect with your audience, and you want to definitely see insights and results. I'm 100% confident that one of my packages will work for you. And if I deep dive into some of my packages, it might not be able to break down what exactly it is that you're looking for. But what I will do is after this call, I'm going to send a recap and also send you my proposal, so you get to understand that, okay, this is the package that will fit for you. So I'll tell you what the normal packages are, and then I will let you know that, okay, this is the package that would work for you, or this is the package that will be suitable for you. Does that work for you?
It does. Perfect.
All right. Thank you so much, Joy, for opening this call. I look forward to working with you.
I'm so excited you spoke to me, Bolaji. Look forward to working with you too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Like, that's it, guys. Joyce, if you had a business, I would be a very, how will I say it? Very proud social media manager to work with you. You see how we're able to flow. I was using my script, but I wasn't really saying it word for word. Because trust me, if I am sitting down and I'm reading my script, you would know. So you need to pick out. Please, how many people enjoyed that interaction? Because it's not like I'm talking to her like she's somebody in the academy. I'm talking to her like she's actually a business customer. I didn't even know. I thought I was talking to you like my clients, because that's how it should be. That's how nailing a discovery call should be. It's not really as hard as it seems. You should be able to chat with your clients. And that the timing that I did there, our call was not up to 15 minutes. It wasn't up to 15 minutes. I picked out some of the questions. Okay, and the thing is, whatever you're saying, they will actually repeat it over time. And for somebody like Joy, she's not clueless about what exactly she wants. She knows that, okay, you know what, this is what I want for this part of my business. This is what I want for this business. This is what I see in 6 months. And most times, if Joy says, oh, I want results immediately, it's your job as a social media manager to tell Joyce that. So I think that, yes, in case you want this, but this is not, I'm working with a client now, and she told me, like I said, she told me that she has not made a single sale. She only made 1 sale in 2 weeks. And I'm like, okay, maybe it's time to switch things up. And I'm like, all right, let's spice it up. Let's make call to actions and let people know that, okay, this brand is there and this brand is selling. Then after that, we've not started running ads for her. Maybe we can ask, okay, let's start running ads by August and see how it does. And that's like going to be the 3rd month of working with her. If that doesn't work, I say, I've tried my best. It's not just working. But if you still want to work with me, I will be willing to work with you and everything. Do you understand? Your discovery call doesn't have to be a very long call. Do you know what? I've done it. There was a day I did 9 discovery calls. And at the end of the day, I ended up working with just 1 of them. It has to be real. Even if I feel like you can practice more with people. I love talking to Joyce. It's like, do you actually have a fashion brand?
Yes, I do.
She actually even knows what exactly she wants. That's why it was really real for us. So your discovery calls should be enjoyable. It should be something that your clients will be like, oh my God, I loved chatting with Bolaji. Oh my God, I love chatting with Joy. They should be able to ask you more questions at the end of the discovery call. And this is what I wrote. I don't know. I can show you. See, it's not plenty. Just write it in a scribble. Just write the points. It's you that so that when I'm reading you, so that you can know, okay, and what do you do next? You send them a report. So your report doesn't have to be in Canva. You can type it in Google Sheet. Okay, this is what you said your business is. This is what your business does. This is what you want to achieve in 3 months. These are my results and everything that can help you. So that's it. Somebody says, actually, some clients are impatient and want to see results while others are looking towards sales as their KPI. That's when you know that those clients are not for you. I feel like a lot of social media managers don't know how to say no, or you don't want to lose the client. Please lose them and let them get away. Let them get out. If a client can't seem to articulate what they want in their business, give them time. Joy knows what she wants. But if a client cannot seem to see, I feel like there are red flags that I'm going to do. I have a post coming up, Twitter thread. If you guys notice, I've changed my post. Thank you so much, Joyce. If a client is very impatient and they want to see results while others are looking towards sales as a KPI, and you know that you cannot perform that magic, then don't take them on. That's why you pre-qualify your clients. See, there's some questions you will ask in your form that you will know that you will not hop on this call with the client. There's some questions you will ask during your form that you will know that I am not going to hop on this call with the client. I have an intake form list that will attach. Don't worry. Somebody asked if you get access to this one. Yes, you will. I'll attach it to the video, the exercise file. I'll attach this to the video. I'll even try as much as possible to upload it to this so that you can go back and rewatch it just in case anybody needs to hop on a call with the client. If your client is impatient and they want to see results immediately, see, even when Coca-Cola runs campaign or Pepsi, big brands, they don't see results immediately. Even Instagram. I was watching Adam Mosseri's story this morning and he said that feed layout. Do you know the feed layout they released to everybody is still in the test phase? How many of you actually realize that feed layout that we are seeing that everybody's complaining about is still in the test phase, meaning they can remove it? He said, yes, this morning, he said it's still in the test phase. So Instagram is still testing what works. Even TikTok released an editing studio and they deleted it. They deleted it they released it to everybody. And they deleted it when people were complaining and everything. And they released it back again, but they don't release it for everybody. So everything is in test phase. And everything, when it comes to social media management or social media marketing, it's testing, but basically testing it to see if this works or if this does not work. If your clients cannot articulate, help them to articulate it. Yes, you can help them articulate. Okay, so if your client does not know what they want, okay, I just want to grow on Instagram. You can tell them that. You can explain it to them. So growing on Instagram, this is what you will need to do. This is how long it will take you to reach this amount of followers. But who knows? We can blow via reels. And if we blow via reels, you'll be able to get this result that you're looking for. If they cannot articulate it, see, you don't want to work with clients that don't know what they are doing. You don't want to work with clients that don't understand that, okay, you want to make sales. See, your job as a social media manager is not to make sales for the clients. Yes. Your job is to give them visibility that will turn into leads. Your job is to actually generate leads for the clients. Let them get inquiries. So let me tell you, a lot of social media managers are of the mindset of when I take on this client, I am somebody that must help them get sales. Yes, the clients must get sales, but are they getting leads? Website clicks, are their website clicks increasing? Are people visiting their website? So what if it's their product that has the problem and not you? You're doing your best, you're showing up every single day, you're getting the follows, but it's not converting to sales. It's not your fault. It might be their product that has the issue. So if your clients, they can't articulate it very well. That's why when somebody fills my form and they say they don't know, they don't have a budget, I will ask them via email first. This is how much I'm charging. If you don't have a budget, that's fine for me. I will send you my price list. Can you work with this budget? If you cannot work with this budget, there is no use jumping on a discovery call with you. There is no use jump. If you cannot work within my budget, let's not waste each other's time. Let's not waste each other's time. If a client asks for brands you've worked with and the brands are similar to what they do, a bookstore knows you've done some work for a brand and they aren't comfortable with it, how do you convince them that there will be no clash of interest? See, let me tell you something. I feel like you social media managers, especially new social media managers, you don't know how to say no, or you don't know how to spot red flags from a client. When a political candidate reached out to me, the first question they asked me is, have you worked with any political candidate before? I got a call, BB Niger, and they called me, Balaji, have you worked with any people? These people want to see the people you've worked with. So if a client is telling you, I am not willing to work with you because you've worked with this brand before, then they are not your clients. Then they're going to make life miserable for you because people are looking for people that have good track records. I'm going to teach you people how to create portfolio. Again, it's in August. We're going to have a class where we're going to create portfolio together. And you will see that Yes, the template I'm giving you is different. I'm going to go and learn and research new portfolio steps and everything. Because if a client, okay, I'm designing for Bella Books now. Somebody is coming in because I'm designing for Bella Books. What if that's my niche? Shannon has over 8-9 clients, 6 to 7 clients, and all she does, she works with decorators, people that do decorating. I know a social media manager that works for just fashion businesses. You don't hear them saying, oh, because you work with this one, you are not going to work with this one. Are you getting results for those people? Who says you cannot get results for me? I think that was the issue I had with most of Aboki Gadgets. He said, I feel he didn't want to go forward with a social media manager I gave him because she was working with somebody else that was selling gadgets. Is she getting the results you want? If she's getting the results you want, there's no need to let her go. Because that means she obviously can manage 2 brands and that can become a niche. That's it. So that's a red flag, just in case you don't know. And I'm telling you. Now, what's the difference between a discovery call and a strategy call? A discovery call is you trying to pre-qualify a lead. A strategy call is you creating a strategy for a client. Obviously, discovery call is what we just had. We're trying to understand about the business and everything. Strategy call, you've created a strategy and you're walking your clients through the strategy. So strategy call can be 2 or 3, 4, it can be multiple if your clients have questions. But yes, that's the difference. So I hope you guys understood it. This was a very straight to the point class. And I'll try and edit it as soon as possible so that I can upload it. Any question, guys? Any question? For people that will be watching this course, after this set, I'm not sure if I will be able to do coaching calls like this anymore. Maybe it can be once in a month now for the next batch going forward. But anybody that is watching this, because this recording is going to be there, you have lifetime access. We're going to be having coaching calls once in a month, maybe for next batch, not this batch. It doesn't have this batch and all. But yeah, because this is very straight to the point. I'm not going to give you discovery call definition and daily. If you cannot need a discovery call after this, it's time for you to go and start practicing. And you should be able to spot red flags. I'm going to work on some posts like that and also have a notepad. I always use A4 paper. It's close to me. See the way I was writing everything. You don't need to write. Joyce said, straight to the point. Go straight to it and all.
Hello. Welcome to Motive. I hear we're talking about running a social media audit. You all know I bring the energy, right? Okay. I talked about you running a social media audit during your onboarding session before you start managing the client's account. So this is what you want to do when you're running your social media audit, when you get the new client and you're about to start. Okay. So before we start, what's a social media audit? A social media audit creates a clear picture of a brand's current social efforts and shows the best way to actually improve results. After an audit, the brand will have a single strategy document for all their social channels with key details at their fingertips. Just give it to them, okay? So that it shows that this person knows what they are doing, even though the person is just starting. You don't have to tell them, oh, I'm a newbie social media manager. The document will show that Bolaji actually knows what she's doing. So how do you run a social media audit? You need to check all their social media accounts. To properly audit social media accounts connected to a brand, you need to do a bit of legwork. Should I stand? But you can't see my leg. You can see it, okay? You need to do a little bit of legwork before you start. You know, use that legwork, like you need to stretch your legs a little bit. No, literally. You need to do a lot more research. First things first, you're going to need to take inventory of all their social media profiles used by the brand regularly. You can ask them for it, but you need to note it down. Take an inventory. You can submit it also in your report. If there are networks that they are no longer active on, you don't necessarily need to track them. But the ones that they are active on, you need to track those ones. Just make sure that they are claimed and under the company or under the brand's control. Now, what does this statement mean? It means that sometimes some brands have let go of their social media managers, and those social media managers have been reluctant to release those logins from paid, for maybe how the brand treated them and everything. So you need to make sure that they're claimed under the company or brand's control, okay? Now, where do you find this information? Number one, you need to search the web. It's very easy. Google is our best friend and it's free. You just have to pay for your data though. You need to start by Googling the brand's name and the name of their product or services to see what social media accounts come up. Start by Googling the brand's name and the name of their products or services to see the social media accounts that come up. And if you find accounts that you don't recognize, you need to do some investigating to determine whether they're connected to the brand or to the business. If you see some names that are like, ask the brand, do you know these people? If they are not, are they fan accounts? Do they have imposter accounts run by someone else that's not affiliated to the brand, so that you can make a report if it's like a very big brand that needs to protect their name. Number 2, you need to search social networks. After you Google search, this is the legwork I'm talking about. Okay. After you Google search, visit each of the main social networks and search directly for these brands. Search for the brand, the product names to see if you can uncover any unexpected accounts that are copying or stealing what the brand does. And this is also a very good time to identify networks where they don't have social media presence yet, to include that in your report. Then you can start thinking about whether you should add them to your social strategy or not. It depends on you, okay? Now, you need to make sure that each account is on brand. And how do you do this? Consistent branding on social media is important, but some details are very easy to overlook. Very easy. Okay, so you're looking at this brand and they're not using their brand colors and everything. It's very easy to overlook it. Once you've recorded all of your accounts, take the time to look at each one thoroughly to make sure it is consistent with the current brand image and standards. You need to look at each account individually. Take your time. That's why I said you're going to do a little bit of a legwork. And you need to check each of the elements against their brand style guide. Ask them if they have a brand style guide. Some brands don't have brand style guides. You need to find out, maybe you need to create and charge additionally for brand style guide. So ensure that you're using up-to-date images, hashtags, keywords, and brand voice. Okay. And if you don't know what a brand style guide is, you can just type into Google brand style guide. You get to know the different types of brand style guides that exist. Now, what components do you check out for on each social media account? Number 1, profile and cover images. You need to make sure that the images reflect the current branding and adhere to the social network's image size requirements. So for example, it's Christmas. I'm recording this in Christmas. And a lot of people they have the hats, party hats and everything. But you see a lot of brands in January and in April, they still have the party hats when it's supposed to be Easter. So make sure that it is reflecting the current branding. Number 2, profile and bio text. All buyers have limited space to work with when creating a social media bio. So it is important that you make the most of it when you're optimizing that brand. You need to check out the fields that are filled in completely and they're accurate with the current brand messaging. You need to check that it is accurate. And you're going to see a brief example very soon. Handle. Is the brand using the same handle across all social media channels? If they are not, what's the reason? What's the handle that they're using that is a little slightly different, but looks like the same? Of course, they might need different handles if the account serves different purposes, like some that has something for kids, some that has something for adults. It might be like a little bit different. But you need to take a look at their social media handles and record in your notes if they need to make changes for consistency among the social media platforms. Now, when it comes to handle, you don't want your brands to have so many underscores or so many numbers. Okay. Links. Make sure that they have a link to their own page or an appropriate landing page or blog post or the current campaign. So in April, some brands can still have their current Christmas campaign in their link. So you need to go through all the links, and you don't have to link the same page from all social media accounts, but it is important to have a record of what's linked from where. So from Twitter, it can be linked to somewhere else. For Facebook, it can be linked to somewhere else. For Instagram, it can be linked to somewhere else. But you need to have a record of what is linked in all those accounts so that you can submit it in your report. Now, you need to identify top performing posts. Drilling down to individual posts can highlight which types of content the brand should be creating. For example, does the audience adore videos, photos, or question-based posts? Some audience had their own this or that. Do you get this or that posts, challenges, posts, and everything? And the native analytics for each platform can help you understand what any given piece of content is receiving in terms of the impression of views, engagement, that's the comment, likes, shares, and the reach. And this will give you a clear picture of exactly which type of content is working on each channel. SWOT analysis. So what does SWOT mean? It means strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Now, I want you to note something. Strengths and weaknesses are internal to the organization, while opportunities and threats are external. What is Bolaji saying? Let's talk about identifying strengths. The first things you need to know is what are they doing well based on their analytics and their experience. Working with their audience, you need to assess the following. What social media platforms are they most active on? Where is that their community most active on? What engages their community? Which posts are their top performance? What creative edges sets them apart from their competition? You need to think brand voice. You need to think creatives. Creatives like what videos, pictures, GIFs, memes do they use that helps them satisfy with their strengths? What videos can they create for that brand? That's their strength. Having these numbers in handy can help you as a social media manager determine where the brand should be focusing their energy in terms of platform and content creation. Now, let's talk about identifying weaknesses. Determining a brand's weaknesses is a crucial piece of running a social media audit, because once you know something you're not good at, it will be very good to know that, okay, we're going to improve on this. You have to look at their social media presence objectively and figure out where they can improve on. So if you see that all they do is post pictures or they post reels and the text are cutting off, you know that, okay, you need to fix it. So which platforms are they struggling with in terms of engagement or growth? Which past social media initiatives resulted in a loss in terms of their time and their resources, and what happened? You need to ask them these questions. What are their competitors' strengths? Ask them these questions. What's causing them to get positive shout outs? And what's spoiling the negative ones? If you're having negative reviews, what's spoiling it? You need to ask them. You need to identify their weaknesses so you know what you're working with. Identify opportunities to figure out whether or not a campaign is worth the risks. You need to assess the rewards against the risks, meaning you don't have to jump on any trend for every brand. It's not every trend you jump on. BB Nigeria is up. So what? Love Island, who cares? You don't have to jump on every trend. You don't have to use every movie meme that is trending. You don't have to use the Met Gala if it's trending, okay? For starters, you need to read comments and questions from their customers regarding products and promotions they're interested in. That's opportunities, things that they're interested in. You will get to know from the comments, the way they interact. Look at the competitors and other players to see which platforms and marketing channels that those competitors are also exploring. Assess their lead generation and correct ROI from social media. Which specific metrics do they want to improve on? And lastly, identifying the threats. Threats can be very difficult to pin down, very difficult, especially considering that assessing threats prior to a campaign can be a game of what if. Regardless, some threats to take note of while you conduct a social media SWOT analysis include changes to the various social media management algorithms. Algorithms keep changing. You just wake up and see that there's a new algorithm change and you're like, oh my God. You need to be ready. New initiatives and marketing push on behalf of their competitors that could eat into your own target market. So you need to know how you're talking about, but there are other competitors, if you're talking about them, that would actually push the competitor and not the brand that you're managing for. The correct condition of their market or their customer base. Now, why is all what I'm saying here, why is it so important? Why is it so important? See my face clearly. Because you can actually offer running an audit as an add-on services, not just for the account you're managing. You can run audits for various accounts that you are not managing. So you need to know exactly how well and how best to audit accounts. If you don't know how to audit accounts, you'll not be able to make those extra dollars or those extra coins that will actually help you live large. Okay, so once you're able to do this, once you're able to audit this account that you manage very well, you can actually put it there as an add-on services, a standalone service where you let people know that, okay, you know what, I can audit your account for you without managing your account and everything. And I'll see you guys in the next module. Now, one thing I want you to know about Notion, or when it comes to Notion, is they have templates. And one template that you want to always use for is, you come to marketing, is content calendar. Now, you can view the template. You don't have to start building your template from scratch. You just have to customize your template and own your template. So I'm going to click on use template. I will delete it later on, but I want to show you how exactly I'm going to customize this template. You can add a cover photo if you want to. You can change the cover if you want to, maybe add like a gradient or something. You want to write about whatever it is you want to write here. If it's your client's content calendar, so you can just call it test content calendar. Whatever you want to write, you can edit this place and write your description here. Okay, now you can change the view if you want to. You don't want it to be by status. Maybe you want to have a layout view, but most times for content calendar, it's best to use the calendar view. It's very best to use the calendar view. Assignee, you don't need an assignee if you're not working with somebody, so just please delete that view. All projects, deadline calendar, you don't need that, delete the view. You don't need a launch calendar, you can delete the view. You might want to leave published and you might want to leave all projects. Now, one thing I want you to know is, let's say, for example, you want to create today's content calendar. You want to now change all these things here. These all the things that you wrote when we were in Airtable or Google Sheets, that's what you want to write here. So for example, you're going to click on this thing and click on edit property. And I'm going to change it to a text. So the property name will be topic. Okay. Yeah. Then the next one is the status. So you want to edit the property and check the status. Is it in idea stage, in progress, published, in review? So you can add more, maybe approved. You can always add your text and everything. Your link to design. So you want to maybe edit the property, Canva link or image link. Okay. Then you can add the media if there's like a media or maybe you want to. Then deadline dates, do you need it? If you don't need it, delete the property. You can change the property again, edit property dates. So you want to have publication dates so that you can change the property. You can also add a whole lot of things when you are creating your content calendar. And when you are viewing it, you can have another view that shows by gallery, by list, timeline, and all. I want you to know that once you are in a content calendar, you are able to own the content calendar and make sure that the content calendar works for you. Like, for example, let me show you one content calendar that I use. This is the calendar view. Let me go to, let me not use September because I stopped using Notion for a while. Let me go to when the calendar was populated. Okay, can you see? So this is how you'll be able to like view, publish. This was scheduled. Most times I forgot to change this post status, but you'll be able to see that, okay, this was published, this is scheduled, and it makes you see it in real time. You can also view like side peek, like if you want to see it side by side with your calendar, you don't have to open it and all. But yeah, this template will be attached also to the bottom of this video. I hope you found whatever I just taught you helpful when you're creating your Notion calendar. Now, this is the sheet that we use for the social media Avon community. And for this sheet, it's not one person that is using it. It's not like something that your client just sees and just approves. No, this is a sheet that nothing less than 10 people have access to. Now, we have the topic because you want your clients, if you're working with a team, especially this is for people that work with teams, you want your clients or whoever is seeing it to know that this is the topic of the post. We also have the research link. So we have content curators on the team. And what we do is we put in the topic and we are the ones that look for the research links. We put in, myself and Omolola will fill in this part. Then the people that are curating the content, they have a document where they curate content. And once they're done curating, they put it here. And we have different statuses that you can set it, oh, it needs research done, needs design done, ready to be posted or posted. Now, it is always very good for everybody to set the status so that we know that, okay, this is the next thing that needs to be done. Once the graphic designer has seen that the curated content has been done, the graphic designer now moves on to design the graphics. And then, for example, design done. So once the design is ready for us to approve and we've gone through it, we just click, we change status to ready to be posted so that the social media manager knows to pick it up. Social media manager now writes the caption, we approve the caption and the post goes out. We also set the post type. If after we've gone through the design, we see that, okay, this thing doesn't need to be a carousel. It probably needs to be a single feed post
or a reel. We now set the post type. So whoever is looking at the calendar knows that, okay, this is what needs to be done. I designed the template from scratch with Google Sheets, and I'll show you how to do that also. The next one, on this same sheet, we have the Reels idea, because we have people that shoot Reels for us and every single thing. So this is the Reels idea. We have the Reels inspo link. We have the Reels caption. We also have the Reels status. So if it's posted, if it's approved, if it's still in idea mode and all. So everybody is not confused. When you have a calendar like this, it's easy for you to collaborate. And I really love Google Sheets, especially when we know that we keep editing things to and fro. So it's one of the things that you should consider when you are. Google Sheets is like one of the best. It's even easier for your clients to understand and walk them through. We have one thing I really love about this calendar is how it's progressed. So from July, it progressed to August. I think we started finding our footing in September, because you can see that September, we literally maximized the entire calendar, and we've not filled for October, November, and December, but it's something that we are looking to work with. Now I'm going to share to another screen where I'm going to open Google Sheets, and we're going to start from scratch. So I'm going to open another screen here and open Google Sheets, and let's share to another screen. Let's make Zoom. All right. Now, once you come to Google Sheets, it's very easy to find, especially when you're on your laptop. So it's easy for me to do with laptop, but you can also use your phone. You want to click on Untitled Spreadsheet. If you're working with a client that probably has pictures, now I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. For example, you want to first rename this sheet, because if you are working with, for this month, let me just say September. You can also change the color. Once you click on this lockdown, you can change the color if you're somebody that likes, maybe you want to make sure that there is no confusion. There is no confusion, like the client will say, that's this in purple, check it down. Then you want to expand every single thing like this. I'm going to expand because I'm somebody that likes expanding a lot. I'm going to start with topic. I'm going to first type out everything I want to do. So maybe topic, then image, because maybe your client has images that you want to impute in your calendar. Image, your caption, post type, your caption and hashtags, because you don't want to have too many tabs when you're working with clients, except when you're working with a social media manager like you or somebody else. Your post type, your status, post status. Let's do post status. What else? Topic, image, caption. You can have content pillars if you want to. You can have content pillars if you want to, or content purpose. Let's do content purpose. Now, for somebody like me, this is how I edit my Google Sheet. I first write everything. Then next, I come to this side and I select this entire slide. I want to change the font to impact. Then I want to change all the fonts. I'm not changing it one by one. I'll make it 12, so it's bold. I come here, align it to the center, make sure it's wrapping text, and put everything in the center. Another thing about me is I love, okay, so I want to increase the font again. So I think 12 is too small for me. I'm going to make it 14. Another thing is I like to feel the color. So I'm using more of these pastel colors. Okay, no, I don't like this. Let me use this one so that it is plain simple for me, and my clients cannot say, oh, I cannot see this thing. It's very clear here. Now, the next thing I want to do is my post status and my post type. I want to be able to make sure that there's a drop-down effect. What I will do is I will click on this, the ABCD that is up here. Click on it, come to data. Once I come to data, I'll come to data validation. From data validation, I will click on list of items from data validation. And from data validation, so I want my post type. My post type can either be a carousel separated by a comma. It can be a single feed, single feed post. It's like carousel. Let me put a carousel post. It can be an IG live replay. It can be an IG reel. What else is it going to be again? Yeah, that's it. Single feed post. It might be now. It might also be like a GIF or a meme. All right. So I click on save. Now, the first one here is going to have invalid, must put an item on the specified list. So what I do is for this first one, because I don't like seeing this red pop-up, is to remove the validation from this one. So I click on more cell actions, data validation, and remove validation so that it can let me rest. So if I want to change a status for any of my things, you can just see the drop-down effect is there already. You do the same for your post status. Come to data validation, list of items, not from a range. So is it idea state? Idea state. If it's idea state, process producing state, maybe you're already curating it, you're already creating the content. Design done. Awaiting approval. Let me just do awaiting approval. Awaiting approval state. What else? Approved, so that your clients, once they've approved it, cancelled, in case they don't want you to use that particular one, cancelled, then posted, or maybe repurposed. All right. So you want to save it. You want to remove that data validation for this one also. If you're somebody that has that pet peeve like me, I want to also always remove that data validation from that cell. So I remove it from that particular cell. And then we're almost done. Now, the next thing I want to always do is I'll select all these tabs, because when you're typing for long and everything is entering another one and it looks all tacky, I don't like my calendars looking like that. So what I do is I come to text wrapping and I make sure text wrapping is turned on for every single thing. Make sure everything is aligned in the middle for every of them. So if I need more spacing and I'm typing, okay, hello, you see it is already in the middle. Everything is already in the middle. Even if I'm typing something long, it's not going to, even after it leaves the box, it's going to wrap the text. Everything is already in the middle. Okay, so this is how you create your calendar. You can set in your image. So how do you put in your image instead of typing? It's very easy. So once you come into this box, you can double click on it if you don't want to, but one thing I always do is use insert. Once I insert, I can insert the image in this cell. And if, for example, one thing I want to always use is your Google Drive. Make sure that you link your client's content with your Google Drive, so you can just take it from the Google Drive. You don't have to upload it and save it. It's more, once you have a folder for your clients and is on your Google Drive, let me look for, okay, so this Smoking Pretty's Google Drive. Let me look for one of our designs and click on it. Once I'm doing that and I click on insert, I don't have to download the image. It will download from there and it is linked to Google Drive. So the clients can say, okay, this is it, and you're good to go. I hope you understand. All right, let's go to the next content calendar. I'm going to teach how to use Airtable and how to teach with Google Sheets. So I'm going to be creating these things from scratch, and I'm not going to give anybody the templates. Watch it and create your own and send it to me. That's your assignment. I am not giving you a template. I'm not giving anybody a template. Watch it, create your own. Don't copy what I created and send it to me at the end of the day. So first of all is Airtable. We're going to switch to Airtable. So I'm going to share my screen. I don't know which of my Google Chromes my Airtable is located, but let me just use this. Which Google Chrome am I on? So I know. Okay, let me use this Chrome. Can you see this Chrome? Let me type in Airtable. So when I use Airtable, let's search for Airtable. I already have Airtable open in one of my tabs. This is my content calendar for. You people must have seen this era of the purple, blue, white, and yellow that I did. This was where I created some of the designs. I've not even created this content. These ones, I've not created these ones yet. But you see all these ones, how to write engaging captions. And I can boldly tell you the designs I did by myself. So this one, I didn't do this one. Okay, I edited this one.
somebody that did one for me was the one that did this one. The spacing wasn't what I wanted. She was the one that designed it. I didn't like it. I just had to use it because there's something that comes with your spacing. I did most of this one. So you definitely know the ones that are done by me and the ones that are done by somebody else. This is an Airtable calendar. This is the gallery view. Let me show you most times when I'm creating, I use the production pipeline. So I'll show you, I want to just walk you through it. So this is the first part where I put the titles of my topics, put the channels, if I've posted it, then upload the pictures when you've designed it. Now, this is my content pipeline. This is my content bank for 2022. This is my views pipeline. Okay, now let's create a content calendar template. You can add a base if you want. You can have so many bases. I'm using Airtable Pro. And let me give you an app. Right now, you can see I have 472 in credit to add more people. The more people I refer to Airtable, the more credit I earn. The more people I refer to Airtable, the more credit I earn. Airtable doesn't just work on laptop, it works on your phone. That's why I'm going to teach you about Airtable and Google Sheets. So you know which one is better for you based on how it applies to you. So for me, I love Airtable, and I'll show you why. Now, I'm going to close the chat box so I don't say anything. This was the one I did for 2022 social media manager. This was client content calendar strategy form. Yeah, I use Airtable for my forms too, for my clients. So if I want clients to fill something and everything, I want to have it in the database. The same way Google works with Google Sheets. You can also use it in your Airtable and everything. Content calendar. Let me see which base I can open. So you can add a base. Let me see if I can add a base. So you can get started. So I just clicked on add a base. And Airtable brings out something like this for you. It's untitled, is a new base. You can import your work from Google Sheets. I've never tried this before. You can select your Google Sheets. It will show you, you can connect your Google accounts, manage connected accounts. You can connect a new account. I've never done all that. So we can try, maybe when I explore this on how to import Google Sheets, you can paste that up. Maybe you created your content calendar. Now, they have templates that they can show you: content calendar, marketing campaign calendar, event planning calendar, social media calendar, and you have different templates you can choose from. Let me open the other templates. Please let me know if you're following me. Airtable has so many. You have content calendar. So it's always very best to pick a calendar. So I'm going to pick social media calendar, and Airtable is going to load a template for me. Airtable has loaded a template for me. It's loading. It's still loading. I picked a content calendar and I'm going to use it to, how will I say it? I will manipulate it to work for me. Social media calendar. Now, social media calendar templates, you can watch the video if you want to learn it and everything. So I'm going to skip it. If you ever need questions, you can click help, or you can clear all samples. So if I want to clear all samples, I can clear it, and Airtable will clear everything. But I don't want to clear all samples. I want to show you how to customize it. So I'm going to close it. Now, I don't need this part. So I want to see the full calendar, and I'm going to close it. Social media calendar, the appearance, you can change the color if you want to change it. See the way I'm changing the colors. You can change the colors if you want to change it, whatever you want to do. You can plan everything. This was the base guide. You can change the image. So if it's a calendar, but most times you want to use a calendar. Okay. Now, you can see we have post topic. We have, let me open my calendar on my iPad. So I'm showing you exactly what I create on Airtable. Like I want to use it as a guide so I don't create the wrong thing, because I don't want to be switching in between apps. Airtable. I have Airtable on my iPad where I use it to, I use Airtable on my iPad. Yeah, you can use it on your iPad, you can use it on your phone. So I think my client's content calendar was when I created last one. So what are the example things that you need to know? Let me close this. Now this is it. You have the beta thing. What you want to do very well in this Airtable thing is you want to first start renaming. So social media calendar, you can rename it to, you can make it to client's content calendar. And trust me, you can have different clients' content calendar, or you can put it as, maybe what's the name of your client? Maybe my own is Mimi's. No, let me do it again. Mimi's, this Mimi's social media calendar 2022. Are you with me? Are you with me? Is everybody following me?
This is a pro version. Free version, you can also do this. But I think you have limited bases. I use a pro version, that's why I have more bases. Free version, you can also do this. And if you have one client, you can be using the same Airtable distance for different clients, and they only view that particular one that you want them to view. We'll get to that. So this is for memes. So I want to use this as, I'll rename this one. Just double click on it. January 2022. I don't need these results. You don't need it because that's not what you need. Delete table. Delete it. Pitches and requests. We'll come back to this one. We can use this one. Now, content overview, post topic. Is it post topic that you want to use as first? For somebody like me, I always change this to, you can customize this. When you click on this, customize field type. Let me go again so that I'm not too fast for you people. So I come here, click on this drop down. It's clickable. Customize field type. Click on it. Change it to what? I want to change it to post dates. The date I want to post. Single line is a date I want to do. So I'm going to click on date. Then you can choose the format of the date you want. If you're in the US, European, ISO, but most times I use local dates. So I'm clicking on local and you save it. You can add a description if you want to. So I'm saving this. Do you understand? It has undone everything that is there. So I have dates. Yes, I have dates here, but me, I want to start with dates. You get? I want to start with it. You can customize. You can start with anything you want if you don't want dates. But me, I want when a client sees my calendar, they know that this post is going out on this social day, and they're not confused. The next thing I want to do is click this drop down again, customize field type, and I want mine to be content purpose. Content purpose, and I'm going to make it a single select. Now, when you click on this single select, allows you to select a single option from different options. It's like when you're doing multiple choice exam in school, you have to pick only one option, right? So single select is you have to pick an option, but use you that will customize your option. So I click on single select. Now I can pick my options. I'm coming. Single select. Why is it showing me? Okay, it's showing me the one for dates. Wait, I'm coming. No. Edit. I need to customize the field. Yeah, let me delete it now. I will now start picking my options. So I'm going to use my option types on the one I currently use for my clients. So either the content is for social proof, add another option. Engagement growth. What's the purpose of that content I'm creating? Is it for behind the scenes? Add another option. Is it for visibility? Now you can change the color if you like. If you are somebody that is a color-coded person and you want it to be like almost the same color, you can change it if you want your distance to be colorful. So you can pick and you can save. I've done that. So that anytime I want to pick for something, it will come down. Can you see? I want to pick something here and I want it to be engagement growth. It's engagement growth that will show you. I want to pick this one and I want it to be behind the scene. Depending on your content, what your content is, we're going to come to that. Now, the next one I always have is, most times what I used to do is I can move this one. You can move it in Airtable. You can move this like this. Can you see I move this? I'll move status to this side. So instead of copying me, I have my own as captions. So you can have your own as the caption so that when clients see it, I don't know that it's caption. So you can write your long text here like it's done here in Airtable. Then the next thing I have most times, my own next is attachment. So you see image here, you can just move it to this side. Move the status again. So instead of image, I'll do like maybe the image that is going, it can be, you can customize field type and change the name to, can be image type or proposed image to go to it because maybe your client has not been. Then you see this part where you call attachments. Once you click on attachments, you'll be able to upload files from your Google Drive, from your computer, from your laptop or your phone into Airtable. That's what they do. So let me delete this. You'll be able to see drop files. Can you see it? You'll be able to see drop files. So once you click on it, you can select files from anywhere. See, it has opened to my laptop, so you can upload if you want. link, if you have a link or a URL, you can copy it, website from your Google Drive. You can connect your Google Drive to Airtable, your Dropbox to Airtable, even your Instagram and your Facebook, you can connect it to Airtable. Now, the next one I have is content type. So instead of status, I have content type. So I think it's this one I'm going to use. So let me move this. Let me move the status to this side. So I'm going to customize this again and put in content type. I'm just using heading. Based on you, your heading might be different. So my content type, I want it to be single select. So let me see what my options are. So my content type is from Instagram. I'm doing it. I'll put, is it a carousel post? Is it a single feed post? Is it a reel? Is it a graphics post? Is it a meme or a GIF? Is it an IGTV? Is it a live? What else? I think that's all for mine. Yeah. So you can do the options if you want and save it. I hope you guys are still with me. So once I click on it, I'll be able to choose whatever post I'm doing based on whatever thing. We'll come back to that. Now, status. What status is it currently? You customize it. So in progress, live, on hold, planning. So you can add more to it. In progress, live, maybe it's on hold, planning, scheduled. Nice. I have to have scheduled. If it's scheduled, what other options do I have? My own is not in progress. Let me see my status options. I have scheduled. I have drafts. I have brain dump. If is I'm just brain dumping. If I have cancelled, maybe a client cancelled it. I have review, maybe it's in the review process so that the clients can review it. Then scheduled, brain dump, cancelled, review. Then I have drafts. Okay, I have drafts there. Schedule, draft. Okay, I have ready to go out live. Or then you cannot have gone live, maybe it has gone live, then you save it. So you can pick your status. You can delete all these ones here. If it's brain dump, draft, cancelled, can you see? And as you've selected it here, everything is changing. You don't have to copy and paste. That's why I like this one different than Google Sheets. Now the channels that you're posting on. So this most times is for Instagram, but if you use more than Instagram, you can customize the channels and do Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube. You can add more options if you want. And it's multiple select. So that single select means you can only select one option. Multiple select means you can select multiple options. So you can do that. But me, since we're not using this, I don't need it. Yeah, I don't need it. So I can just delete the field. I can social media owner. I don't need it. So I can just delete it. What else? Proposed image. Then I think the other ones I have is you can add a tab. So I'm going to add it. I'm going to call it hash. Yeah, it's going to be a long line of text. So I'll call it hashtags so that I can add the hashtags here for approval and create field. Then I want to add, I also have another one that is called the link. So I call it the link. So I'll scroll down, there's a place called URL so that you can add the link, maybe it's to Airtable, it can be to your Canva, so that your clients can review the design that you've done in Canva. You copy it here so that they are seeing exactly what you're putting on in this calendar template. So I'm creating field. So let me delete all this one so that I teach you. I'll create on the calendar now in your front. I'm going to use, some things will not match, but you get to understand that this is how I create the content calendar with Airtable. Let me delete everything so that you see everything from everywhere. Are you still with me? In case this was too fast for you or too much for you, just when the recording is uploaded on Monday, go back again and watch it. You have, because you need to create your own Airtable and it must not look like my own. It must not look like my own. And it must not be something that you rearrange. Find something that works for you. There's a lot of people that don't use calendars as robust as my own. You need to create your own and find it and populate it with a choosing niche of your choice. maybe for most of you, you can do a content calendar for yourself. Because trust me, the next time we are meeting, I am presenting to you a full content calendar for my client, Mimi's, because I've done a content creation process for her. Now, I'm going to be using different tabs on my laptop. I am going to go to one other. Let me close this part. A sec. I need to go to another because I'm going to be copying. You just see that I'm copying captions from somewhere. I'm just going to walk you through how I create a content calendar. Because once you know what you're creating in your content calendar template, to create a content calendar becomes easier. It becomes simpler. You don't have to struggle and everything. So I'm going to use some of my paid. Where's that real script? I think this is it. Yeah. Okay. Let's open that one. So for example, the first one I want to create. Can you guys still see the Airtable this thing? Can you see the Airtable template? Can everybody see it? It's only Ganiat. Ganiat is that my Ganiat and Elle, they are my most engaging people in this class, even from last week. Can you see the Airtable template? Are we still seeing the Airtable template? Good. Now I want to plan content for my clients. My post date, so I'll click on it. Let me tell you, once you double click on it, 1, 2, it will bring a calendar for you straight away. Current calendar. So maybe I want to post on my January 29th. I want to post on Monday. So what's the content purpose? Maybe the content purpose is, maybe I'll come back to that. So what's the caption going to be like? So I'm going to copy some of my real scripts for you guys. So I want to do a draft for my client. So I'll copy this and I'll show you why a draft. So when you expand, you need this thing that looks like expand. It's telling you expand cell, shift space. I want to expand it so that I can see what I'm typing very well. Can you see it? Can you see what I just did here with the expansion? Can everybody see it? So I want to tell my clients to start this reel by speaking to the camera. Then maybe whatever I text, and this is a script basically. Then we'll break down the steps into, you can be filming and everything. This is how you find the perfect templates to have your. So this is an example. So what I'm going to do now is, here I forgot to add something. I'm going to, because of the caption, I forgot to add something. There's something to be, after this link, there has to be a note. It has to be a single line of text. Now, from my captions here, you will know that this first one, this one here, should be what the client is going to do. Control C. See it. Then this is what you tell the client. So that Control Z. Come in. Control V. Control Z. Why is it not doing? Single line of text now. Customize field type. Single line. Long text. Sorry. Okay. Not single line. Can see that's why I was copying. So that when your client sees this, they can expand it. Let me tell you, if your client does not know how to use it, you can walk them through it. You can walk them through it. It's very simple. Airtable is easy to use and you can share. Let me now show you. You see the share button? You can share just this view. You can share just this view. Please don't add collaborators so you will pay for it. You can share access to these memes and it can be viewed just to where the clients can just be a read only. They cannot edit, they cannot comment. You can share this link. There are shared links that you can share to view. So this is the only page your client is seeing. Your client is not seeing any other page on your table. That's another thing I love. Now, you want to start this reel by speaking. So if you now have a link of the reel, you can post the link here. Oh, my Instagram, I forgot my Instagram password again. So if not, I'll have posted a link from my Instagram. So let me just post one link. Let me just post maybe the content creator studio. So maybe you have you've seen a reel that somebody has done about that something. You put it here. See, links. So that once they click on it, it takes them to that particular place, that particular reel. From there, hashtags. I'll copy another hashtag. So what's the status? Maybe it's a draft. If it's still a draft for now. Content type. What's the content type? Is a reel. Can you see I'm selecting it? Proposed. I'm dragging my system like this. Proposed image. So let me pick an image from my pick this. Let me pick this cakes image and I'll open it. Airtable will upload it. Take time to upload it. Oh, sorry, I forgot to click on upload. Airtable will upload it to you, and you'll be able to see it there on Airtable. So if whatever you've designed, you can maybe download the cover page. You don't have to download the entire design, so that when your clients approve, it's just for making your content calendar. Trust me, when you present this to a client, the client will be like, Cal knows what she's doing. If I asked somebody, I don't know if your economy is on this call. I asked somebody to create a content calendar for me. The person created a content calendar for me, and it was not a content calendar. It was far from a content calendar. Very far. So let's see these other ones. What's these other ones? You can enlarge it. What's here again? Okay. Content purpose. Oh, it's too long. So let's do it like this. You can reduce it. See, this proposed date is even too long. Content purpose, click on it. Content purpose is to grow visibility. And that is how you keep filling it up. You can type in your hashtags. So let me type in my hashtags. Bolaji, hashtags, grow visibility. And these content calendars literally just help you create. And this is how you fill it up. You keep filling it up. Pitches and requests, will come back to that. You keep filling it up. So, for example, if you got into number 6, you add more. Click on it. You add more. Number 7, can keep filling it up until you are done. Then you can check the way it looks like in a content calendar. This above cannot be displayed because content purpose is not a field date type. Okay, done. All right. I'm to change my view. Okay, so this place, if I want to view it in a calendar, I have to change this particular second part to date type. But I don't care about doing it in a calendar type. So once you see it, you'll be able to see your content like this. So when you show your client, you can show your client any view. Tell them once they click on it, they'll be able to see this is what they're supposed to do. This is the caption that will go with it. This is the content purpose. The status, you can see 6 hidden views, hidden fields. You can make it hidden. The proposed image, the hashtags, the link that they will check, the notes of what the client will do, the script. Any client that sees this will understand that, okay, this is what, and trust me, you only need to work your clients once. Once you can work them once on how to use Airtable, you are safe. Do you understand how to create content calendars with Airtable now before I move on to Google Calendars? Because I'm not coming here again for now. The next time you will see me come back to Airtable in our next class is when I'm showing you the content calendar I created for my clients for February. The full content calendar I created for my clients for February. Do you people understand? Can I move on to Google Calendar? And you see why Google Calendar is stressful. Good. Thank you very much. Now, all of you are saying you're understanding. Your assignment, first assignment, is to create a Airtable calendar template for 1 week. You will create the templates. You will populate it. I'll teach you out. Let me teach you how to share it so that you don't share it and not collaborate. When you click on share base. Don't invite people. You can share base link. So you can create a shared link to the old base that is showing all the tables without having to sign in. Anyone can link it but not edit it. So you can make it a private video and you will copy. Once you click on it, it will bring you a link that you can copy. This is the link. So you can restrict the access with a password, email, show apps added to the basis, allow viewers to copy. May I use this allow viewers to copy so that my clients can copy and paste if they want to. So you can do that. You can share this link to one base. So when I share this link, so let me copy this, Ctrl+C. Let me open it here so that you can see it very well. It's loading. No, this is for social media posts. Oh, sorry. I forgot that there are 2 bases. Let me copy this one that I talked about, Ctrl+C. That's the second base that I was showing. I want to show you how it looks like when you send it to a client or when you're sending it to me. When you're submitting, you are submitting links. Can you see it? No, this is showing me. No, sorry. Share, anyone can view but not edit this base. I'll show added apps. And when did I start using Airtable? Get rid of your link. Okay. 1 sec. I started using Airtable 7 months ago. Basically, I just literally
You know what? Google Sheet wasn't serving me again. It's not supposed to. Oh, I'm logged in, so I don't know why I can't open it. Like, it's supposed to not show me everything, but it's showing me everything, but you get it, right? So you share as a base and allow viewers to copy the data in the base. Anyone can view but not edit. Let me open it in a new browser that I don't have Airtable logged in. I'm coming. Let me see. You can't see what I'm doing right now. I want to see it if I don't have a web that I don't have Airtable logged in. Okay. Let me share to where I currently am. This is the problem now. I don't know which one. Okay. Can you see it here? Can you see this? Can everybody see this? This new tab. This is the new link. Can you see where it's moving? Is it moving? Can you see here? I can copy. Clients can copy, but you can only see it here. They cannot see any other thing. They can only see the basis. And if I want to keep this one hidden, I can keep it hidden so that they don't see it. This is a social post request form. So if a client, this time, why I did not delete that one is a client can request the form for you. You can send the form. What's the type of content they want to have? Who is requesting for the content, image, proposed copy, then notes. If they want you to correct something, if you work with an organization. So you see, it's only, you can copy this base. It's Airtable. They don't really have access to your own Airtable. Everything. Now let me show you. Let me go back. Let me share it to another one. So I'll go back to the normal Google Chromes. Okay, I'm not there yet, but I just shared it here. Now let me show you something. You can make this hidden. You can make this hidden. Oh, I've forgotten how to get it hidden. But you can make it hidden. And you can share the view if you want it. You can create a shareable link to somebody, or you can create a form for people to fill for this one because it's like a form. You can share the view gallery link, and you can embed the link anywhere to your website. Show all fields in the expanded record. You can restrict access, you can do anything, you can disable it. If a client is doing something to you and everything, and you don't want them to use your content calendar, you can disable it, you can share canceling. This is you protecting your content that Google Sheets will not allow you to do. Google Sheets will literally not allow you to do that, because once they make a copy, it's out there. Once they make a copy, it's out there. And they cannot do all these things with Airtable. So let's go to Google Sheets. Can you see my screen that I'm trying to go to Google Sheets? Can everybody see my screen? I'm trying to go to Google Sheets. So I'm going to create a blank spreadsheet. I hope you people understand. All right. Now we are on Google Sheets. I don't like Google Sheets anymore because it stresses me now, because Airtable makes it easier for me. But in case you want Google Sheets, let me teach you how best to structure it, how best to create content calendars that you will love. So I'm going to use I'm going to open my Google Sheets on my pad here. I don't understand how to share, but you rewatch it. Good. Let me create Google Sheets. And like I said, Google, let me say it again, Google is your best friend. So if you don't understand anything now, just type it on Google. How can I share these views on Airtable? Go to YouTube, you see it. Basically, I learned how to use Airtable from practicing it and watching their guides. Airtable has videos that you can watch. They have a whole bunch of videos that you can watch. You can go to their YouTube channel and everything. So, Google Sheets, one thing about it, you need to know how to expand and reduce. You need to know how to expand and reduce. Can you see? Then another thing is, you need to know how to be able to merge cells. You need to know how to be able to merge cells when it comes to Google Sheets. So if I want to merge shifts, if you're using Google Sheets, please do it on your laptop. Shifts, and then selecting all this, control. Then what I used to do is I used to click on it, like file. How does that merge this thing again? Oh, my picture is covering it. Format, you can merge cells. See, merging the cells. Merge all these ones again. It's make it one cell. I've merged it. What did I do? Let me do it again. Let me extend this again. I clicked on shift on my laptop, clicked on these ones, came to format, came to merge cells, merge all. That's it. Because so that when I type in content calendar for Minis 2022, like this, and I want to put it in the middle. It's in the middle, and I want to change the font. The font is increasing. Maybe I want to increase the size. Can you see? I want to make it stay in the middle. This is it. Let's increase the font again. Can you see? I merged the cells. Yeah, it's also above the tab, but me, I can't even find it. So let me make it tutorial class teaching. So we've done that, Abby. You need to know how to merge cells. Another thing is you need to learn data formatting, but we'll get there. Now, the next one I want to do is maybe I want to have my weeks. And this is maybe why I like Google Sheets. Because I've not seen how to, I know we can do this on Airtable, but I've not been able to do this part in Airtable. I've not been able to get it because I'm still learning Airtable. Weeks of the month. This is my headings. Let me make it larger. Weeks of the month. Let me bring this. As I'm moving this, it doesn't really affect this one like that. Can merge everything again. Merge all these ones together to merge it together. It says in paint this thing. Paint. That like measure again here. So it's in the middle very well. Weeks of the month. Then the next one I want to have is dates. Abby? Then my content purpose. My content purpose, my topic, my content type, my image design, my copy or caption, my hashtag, my post status. I've done that. What I used to do is after I've typed everything, I'll just click on this site to select everything and I'll make my correction. Maybe I want to change, I want to use Montserrat. I want to make everything in the middle. I want to make it in the middle. Let's increase the font to 12. Everything is there. Let's shift this. Content purpose. Now, there's something we call data formatting in Google Sheets. I had to learn it by myself. I went to Google. Now, I want this entire date team to tell me dates, like in Airtable. So I'm selecting, this is the old column for dates. So I'm selecting so that whatever I do in this column is going to show me dates, right? So I click on it and I come to, what's that? I think was it format? Yeah, I think it was format I did. Format, then number. Let me do it again. Yeah. B, I selected the O, is it column or B row? That seems to confuse me. Then I came to format, then number. You can see different number. This is what I'm looking for, dates. Or you can use this one, any one you want, dates. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can everybody see it? That is column or row, but that seems to confuse me. Horizontal, vertical. I don't even know. Can everybody see what I'm doing? Do you understand how I got here? Let me do it one more time. So that if you are watching this, you will not say that you don't know how to do it. Come to this column, select the entire column B. Come to format, number, dates. So you can pick one if you want the date and the time to show. Date, pick one. So I've conditionally formatted it. So when I click on it, it has not done. Because this thing has not done. Yes. That's why I don't like it, because I tried so hard to figure this thing out. It did not do. Let's see if it did. So when I double click on it, it's supposed to show me my dates. But no, it will still want you to type it first. It will come up.
It will come. Let me type 2301 2022. It will come more, but before it do, that's my issue. Because I have formatted the entire thing and custom date and time. You would, as in, that's why Airtable, you will just put date and it will work for you. But you see this one. It's wonderful. You can do it if you want 5th August. Let me apply this one. Let me see if it works. Still has not done. Because I think you need to insert and format every single thing for the dates. I don't have time to do this thing. Custom date and time. It's still not doing. I will come back to that later. Now let's go to content purpose. Now I want my content purpose the way I did it in Airtable. It will recognize the next date. Let's see. Let me see. Control V. It didn't recognize it. It has not done. Google Sheets, it just answers on its own formats. We'll come back to that. But that's how you do it. It will do. Maybe if you leave and come back, you will not see it that it will do. It will do. But it's not Excel formula. It's not supposed to be Excel formula because you did this is how I do formula. Because those Excel formulas are plenty for you. So there's a way you do it because once you know all these things, okay, they say I'm working offline. Why am I working offline? Save my edits. Now, content purpose, there's what we call, let me select this entire thing. There's what we call data validation. This is it. You come to data and you come to data validation and you click on it. It will bring all these things. This is the formula that they are doing for this entire thing. Don't change it, don't touch it, don't do anything. List from a range of items. It's a range of items, and you want to make sure that show drop-down list in the cell. Now you see all those options we were typing before for memes. To grow engagement, maybe social proof. You separate it with comma. Social proof, behind the scenes. Visibility, engagement, save. Can you see everything will show as a drop down? For me, I used to remove it from here. Like delete this entire one, or maybe just remove the data validation from here. Data validation from this one. Remove validation from this inbox because it's here. How did I get data validation? I will do it again in another one. Content purpose. Please follow. Next, you can watch it again. So when I click on drop down here, it will show me behind the scenes. So it can show me that Airtable's this thing and everything. But it doesn't give me the color that I want. So you have to be picking the colors if you want to. You can just pick colors. If you want to fill this color, the entire color, you can fill it blue. If you want. You want to fill it green, you can fill it green. You want to fill it white. You can select the way, if you want all your this thing to be in the middle. You want to wrap your text. You want everything to be in the middle. You can make it everything like that. It's done. Now, let me teach you how did I do it again. Listen, I will select this entire tab. Maybe while selecting it, I will remove this one. I will select shift. I will select this entire tab and click on data. Data list from a range of items. Then you type in your items. Content type. Is it a reel? Is it a feed post? Is it an Instagram post? Is it a live IGTV? Carousel? Select. You need to separate it with a comma. What else is there again? GIF or meme. What else is there? If it's an Instagram story you're planning for, is there story posts? What else is there again? Live, reel, feed posts, IGTV. I think that's all. Save. It will appear. I'll delete this one again because it's always vexing me how everything will be doing. I don't want it to be here, so I can remove the validation from that particular one. Remove validation. Please, why did I? Let me do Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. So I can just click here and click on data validation, remove validation from that one, and it's there. So Post status is still the same data validation you will do. Again, click on this, select data validation, list from a range of, if you want to do range of dates, you can even do dates. It's a valid date, on or before. I've not done that one, but most times I do items. So post status, is it ready? Is it draft? Is it scheduled? Typing this from my head. Has it gone live? Is it live? Has it been cancelled? Is it in review stage? Save it. Let me delete this. Data validation from here. Remove validation from here. Good. That's it. That's how you do it. And you literally do it till the end. One thing I love about Google Sheets is you can copy and paste. You can copy and paste. Now, for your image type, so you have your content type, is different options. Reels, if you want it to be feed post. If you want everything to be in the middle, just click on it. Change the alignment. Change out the alignment. It will do. If you want to change the font, just click on the entire row. If I want to change the font for everything, I like using the same font. Just change the font for the entire thing. Now, image design. How do you put in image? In other one, you can just type in your text, whatever text you want to type in, your captions, type in everything, your hashtags, type it in. Image design, insert. You can either insert from here, or you can click on it from here, and you insert. You can paste your image if you want to. You can insert one row above. No, not this one. Where is the view muscle? That one's always long journey. So what I do is I just come here. That's when I was still using Google Sheets. I click on insert image in the cell. So it will bring out where you upload it from. So if you want to upload it, you can upload it from here. If you want to take it from camera by URL, you can paste the URL. If you want to insert from photos, your Google Photos, may I have some photos from your Google Drive, you can insert from your Google Drive also. If your client, for example, I have my clients folder here. Where is Mimi's? Airtable is easier to use. God bless you. It is way easier to use because you have to do all these things and be doing data validation, be doing all these things. So I can insert Mimi's photos from here and click on insert without even downloading it. It will come in. See it? Can you see it? They're looking so small. I don't like it. So I don't really fancy. Okay, it's looking bigger here. So let me try and make it in the middle. Make it here. I don't really fancy. So you make it there. You can do whatever you want to do. But here, weeks of the month. So if we're in week 1. Still not figured out this thing. But the dates. But yeah. Can you see? This is how you do it in Google Sheets. So your assignment number 2, create that same content calendar you've created in Airtable that you've populated. Create it also in Google Calendar. So I want to know that you know how to do calendar, Airtable, and Google Calendar. Don't worry, guys. I think before the next class, I should have mastered Trello. So I will teach you exactly how to use Trello because I just bought a course on how to master Trello. There's something about always learning because you don't know which one your client is doing. So especially if you want to serve clients abroad, a lot of them use Trello. So you have to learn how to use Trello. Google Sheets is easier to work on laptop, to be honest. On a laptop, it's easier to, but you can still work on it on your phone, but it will take more time. So if you can invest in a good laptop or a good tab or an iPad as a startup, it works well on iPad too. Works well on laptop because your phone screen is really small and going through it might take time and everything. But yeah, which one do you prefer? Google Sheet or Airtable? Let me see your answers. Which one do you prefer? And which one do you think will save you more time if you have? I did not show you one thing in Airtable. You can copy your base, you can replicate your base. Airtable. Now, Google Sheet, you can also do the same thing. So if you don't want to do it, maybe this one is for January. You can copy, duplicate to February. You can have it for February. Airtable too, you can do the same thing. Oh no, this is not the. Is this my base? No, this is not my base. This is my base. Yes, See, I can duplicate the entire table. So I can duplicate the records or just duplicate the table without duplicating the records. So this thing will show me everything. I don't need to duplicate the records of January. See, Airtable, and I can rename this one February. Rename it February 2022. February. Can move this one here. So you can start again, put in your post dates, start doing for February. Don't worry, by February, you'll be able to see, I'll show you how I populated this entire content for my clients. Google Sheets, you said Google Sheets, everybody's doing Google Sheets and Airtable calendar. All right, so the next one is Airtable, and if you check, this is how many like calendars people have shared with me and the ones I use on Airtable and everything. But then I'm going to create a new base for you guys so that you people can understand. So the issue I have with a lot of you is when you are creating a new base, let's say you are using the content calendar base, for example, I'm going to show you something. Like a lot of people are using the content calendar base. You literally forget to delete this entire thing. And if your client comes in here, they get confused. Delete the entire extension, delete anything that you're not using. You have extensions here, you don't need it, delete it. You have management, anyone that you're not using that you don't want your client to see, delete it. You don't need any other extra extensions. Now, for example, this result, you don't need it. So delete the table, delete the page, and you only know that is your content pipeline that you have and all. Because when your client comes in and they'll be like, oh, what's this? What's here and everything? So make sure you have it deleted. Now, when it comes to content calendar, you can check the views, you can see all your content in one page and everything. The issue I have with a lot of you is you don't edit it, like own the entire content calendar, and that's like a problem. So for example, I saw somebody's content calendar assignment that is submitted and they had this creator tab. You don't need the creator tab, so delete it. It's editable. Delete the entire field as you don't need it. Delete it. The status, you can move it. Okay, which one is more important? Due date, do you want to move the due date? Let the client know that, okay, this is the date you're going to be working with it on. The status, you can edit it. Once you click on it, you can edit the field description. Content calendar template, yes, is available for you, but you need to own the content calendar. Now, for example, you don't use blogs. You don't have emails. You use maybe Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and everything. You're supposed to add more. So you can click on customize the field type, remove the blog. You don't need AdWords. You don't need email. You can change this email, edit it, and change it to TikTok. And save. Confirm change. Yeah. So you can see it. Then the images, delete everything that you're not using. And one thing I also like, again, that's why I would always advise that you get your clients to send you all your content via Google Drive is. Another thing Airtable also does is you can connect your Google Drive to this. So when you sign into Google Drive, you'll be able to upload the same way I did with Google Drive or even Dropbox. So you can actually do that. If you use OneDrive also, you can do that. So it's one of the very good things about Google Drive. Now, headline, you say this is headline, this is sub-headline. No, you don't need that. So what we need is to change this to caption. Okay. Then maybe you want to separate your hashtag. You can have a place called hashtags. The status of this thing, let's customize the field. Is it live? So instead of using live, posted, in progress, on hold. I really like that one. Idea states. So let me call post status. Okay, idea states, on hold, planning stage, and progress, so that you let the client know and you can save it. You can also alphabetize this. So it's, let me click on it again and click on customize view. So if you want it to have arrange itself alphabetically, it does that. You can change the color. If, for example, you are working with different clients, you can change the color. You can turn off colored option if you don't want. But if you're somebody that wants to maybe work with almost the same color, you can literally choose almost the same color for everything that you're doing. and it doesn't make your calendar look really tacky. Another thing is you can set your due dates, and you can color the entire thing if you want to. So you can set your due dates, or maybe you check whatever dates that you're needing. Your channels also can be customized. So basically, this is how you create. Now, for example, if you have like a content bank, like maybe you want your clients to see some ideas and everything, you can create an empty table here, and let's save it. Let's call it there. You can rename it. Let me call it the content bank. So maybe your client is like a coach, and you have different ideas that you want your clients to probably approve that you can use to create carousel. You can just call it like topic or heading, then for save. Okay, then this one, I will change it. I don't want it to be long text. I want it to be links, URL, and save it. I don't need assignee, so I'm going to delete it. So I just want it to be like maybe 2 fields. Then status, you can put approved, cancelled, live. Okay, and save it. So your clients can also be seeing the ideas that you want, and they can just change the status. So I worked with somebody else, and let me show you how our content calendar looks like. I made sure to do a copy of that. She's the most organized person I've ever seen in my entire life. This is our information hub. You can use it. See, when I saw this, I knew that I wasn't even using Airtable. She has company information when she's working with brand, FAQs, her passwords, most of them. I just copied most of it. It's not like the passwords are there and everything. Shared information, analysis, action plan, resources, even our hashtags. She also has place where she has the evergreen content. So I think this was the last one I did for her before we stopped working, where you can actually group your content and assign it to different people. But that's for people that work with teams and people that work with Airtables. Now, let me show you the one that I created for the social media manager workshop. This is like the content bank. This is the template I would definitely give you. Social media quotes, the notes, like if you want the link, everything here is a link, the status, the platforms to go live on. Then we had for January, the content buckets, content pillars, the captions, the attachments. If you want it in gallery format, you can change it. If you want it in timelines, calendar format. I don't like the calendar format of the table. But yeah, the status, progress, related hashtags, and the date. Then I think we did for February. So I will attach this to this part of this video as a link that you can use and copy and create your Airtable calendar from if you are partial to Airtable. Okay, so we're going to create, let's use A4. I want to use A4. I am going to use A4 to create this. These are some of the designs I've created with A4. But I'm going to use A4 to create what I want to create. So I'm thinking, you know what, let's go home, cover home. And I'm going to logos, A4 document, create a blank A4 document. I want you guys to stay with me. I'm not going to try and repeat so much things because this water in my ear is making my head already aching. But yeah, we got this, right? Let's do this. I'm always excited to teach. Now, the first thing you want to do is whatever designs you want, we're creating a social media report from scratch. So I'm going to be using elements. I want you guys to create something different for me. Okay? I'm going to be using elements. So I'll just be creating, just using anything in my head. Okay? So I might change the color. Maybe I want it lighter. Okay? Move this up a bit. So I'm creating it from scratch for you. So let me put my text, and I want my dates to be here so that whatever report I'm creating, the dates will be here. Click to add body of text. So I'll put my date here and alignment, put it to the left-hand side, make this high and put it here. So whatever thing I'm creating is here. So let's move this down a bit. Okay, my date is here. Okay, that's it. Okay, let's move this down a bit. All right, I want another box. No, let's do heading. social media report. I don't like this font. I'm going to change it soon. I want to be able to use serious fonts. I'm going to use Poppins Bold. Yep. Okay. It's loading. I want you guys to follow me, follow what I'm doing. Social media report. Bring the alignment to the left-hand side. Make it bigger. Make everything on the same line, good. Or maybe make it like this. All right. I'm going to come to elements, use the line, elongate the line. You can reduce the width of your line if you want it lighter, if you want it bolder, 5, but most times you can use 5. So I'm going to use this color also. All right. Then I want another text. I want to be able to add another text, and I'm going to be using Poppins Medium, and I'm going to be writing name of the business. Poppins Medium. Sorry, don't know why my WhatsApp is popping up. Name of the business. Okay. Align it to the left. So I'll put the name of the business there. Okay. Social media report. Are you guys still with me? Then I'm going to go to elements, and I'm going to go to frames, or no, grid. I use grid a lot. So grid will fill it, but you'll be able to move this down. Can you see? You'll be able to move this down and move this down and like this. Okay, now let's go to photos, and I'm going to use hand holding on. It's a report, so I don't want this one. I don't want this one. So I'm going to use Instagram. Okay, I like this one. So I'm going to drag it, as you can see. Now this space that is here, I'm going to duplicate this one and bring it down here, then make it bigger. See, you can do a lot with Canva. Once you know how to use it, it becomes your playground. That's one thing I want you guys to know. All right, so then next thing I want to write is, I do the fonts again, bring it down here. I want to bring it down. What did I report? I'm doing anything. Prepared by whatever your name is. Then prepared by, I'm going to duplicate it again, and your name. Yeah. This is your first page of your report. What do you guys think about this? What do you guys think about this? Good. We can change the color. We can come to styles, and I can change the color. My color palette. Can you see? The colors is changing. So it might just even be that place that was color. Doesn't have to be super serious. Okay, I like this yellow one. Can you see? What do you guys think? We just started the design, yo. Social media report. We're creating a photo. What do you want to do next? Create another page. Let's make it white. We're creating social media reports. Elements should be your best friend on Canva. So I'm going to do it like this. Move it like this. Move it like this. Move this up. Let's change it to yellow because it's yellow we're using. And you want to put the name of the business here. So I'm going to come to this other page. Ctrl C, Ctrl V, and name of the business. Put it here. You can reduce the size because you want to know the name of the business here. It can be in the brand colors. Yeah, brand colors. It can be in the brand colors. Name of the business. So we have that here, right? Let's reduce the size, and let's put this in the middle. You can use your arrow keys if you're using your laptop, or you can use your hand to adjust it. So what else? What do we need? Now, the first thing you want to do is you want to talk about the summary of a report.
like what the report is going to consist of. I know there is already a template there, but I already discovered a new template that is more comprehensive. So the first thing I want to talk about is, so I'm changing this, so I call it report summary. So in this part, you would, I don't want to go and be doing text again. That's why I'm Control C and Control V. You get? That's why I'm doing Control C and Control V. Please, I hope everybody gets that. Here, you can basically sum up what you've achieved, what you have achieved, or things you have noticed in the last month. Okay, so me, because I use WordTune Pro, as you all know, I'm just going to use the English because I'm using people to create templates that I'm going to use. So now I copied something, Lore, Control Z, sorry. I want to use the Lore Posum some. You all know that thing, right? That Lore some this thing. I want to use it. So let me get it. I can't find it again. I copied it somewhere. The text copy and paste. So I want to use the copy and paste text. Lorem pimp some. Okay. So I want to just use it as a filler so that you guys get to understand. Okay. Okay. That's why I'm using it, so that you guys can understand. Control D. So you can just talk about what you've noticed. This is too much. You don't want to overwhelm your clients. Okay. And you can increase your fonts. You can increase your font so that it's visible, 23.2. Okay. Report summary and talk about it here. All right. Does everybody get that? Does everybody get that? Does everybody get that apart from Ghanaians? Are you guys still with me? Then you want to put in, after this, let me just duplicate it. You want to put in the audience information. Now, let me teach you something. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. I want you to pay attention here because we're going to do something and I don't want to do it twice. Here, you want to include the information you've noticed about the audience demographic. Okay. Now, how do you do it? You're not using Lorem some. Come to elements. We're in elements, right? You see all these charts. You see all these charts that you see on your Instagram demographics when you go to your insights. You see all this, the insights and everything, all those charts, right? We're going to recreate it in your audience information based on the total number of followers and everything. So we have top locations, first of all. So I'm going to use something like this. Can you see? I brought it in. Now you're going to delete a lot of things. Now you see, it's just one that we need, right? So I'm just going to delete series 2, delete series 3, delete. Now you can see it's just one that is left. Can everybody see what I just did? You want to include your audience information here. Can everybody see what I just did here? Good. Not going back again. Now click on it. Now let me use my own. We have Lagos. So I'm calling item, instead of item 1, it's going to be the cities, Lagos. Instead of call it cities. Lagos, I have Abuja. It's changing. I have Port Harcourt. I have Accra.
And I'm going to put in the percentages. I have 60 for Lagos. I have 4 for Abuja. I have 3.6 for Accra. Oh, I also have Ibadan. Sorry. No, it's Ibadan. That's 3.6. I'll leave this one as Accra, then UK. This one is 2.2 and 1.9. Can you guys see it? Let's delete this one. Delete. Can you see it? Can you guys see what I just did? You can change the color to yellow too. So that when your client looks at their information, so I want to reduce this, it will be, this is what they're seeing inside. And what you can do is, you can do it like this, and you can also take a screenshot, but this makes it looks way better. Do you get? So let me do, you can take it, then you can do the age range also. Do you understand? But that's not what I want to go to next. I want to go to gender. I want to do the gender-ish, gender one now. You know that gender thing that we see on Instagram? Put it like this, okay? We have 61.6% to 38.3. Don't need rounded endpoints. If you don't need rounded endpoints like this, you can do the line weights to be like Instagram's one. Can you see? Can you people see what I'm doing? You see that I'm did line weights. If I want to do the percentage, increase it, reduce it. But me, I like writing it. So 61.6, 38.3. And I want to increase the line weight. Can you people see? Do you guys get that? You can also have this one. Oh, okay, sorry. I used the wrong one. Can you see it? I used the wrong one. All right, so let me do item 2. Okay, delete this, delete this. It's supposed to be this one. All right. So item 1 is supposed to be women. So the women is supposed to be 61.6. Item 2, men, supposed to be 38.3. Change the color to this. Edit settings. So you can show the labels, or you can decide not to show them. I want to show the labels. So can you see the labels of women is there? And men. Can everybody see it? Can you see the men and women labels? So let's move that one to another page. Let's delete this one. Can you see the audience information for men and women? Can you see it? I hope everybody's seen it. So here, after you've done this one, you want to include the information you've noticed. So you want to come here, below here, and write in detail. Information you've noticed. You want to write it. After this, you want to write in detail the information you've noticed about the audience demographics. You want to do that also here. Please, if you are submitting this kind of report to your clients every month, and once you've already designed it, your levels have changed, you people. I don't understand. You know what you're getting. You can't get this class anywhere else. I'm sorry. You can't get somebody that will teach you this anywhere else. You cannot. You cannot. And I'm very sure of that. Next thing you want to do, let's do another page. Just delete this one. You want to do, the next page we're talking about is the engagement status. Let's talk about the engagement. Now, in the engagement status, what do you want to do? You want to do engagements per post or engagements per followers. You want to be able to decide the KPI of your choice. So you want to include screenshots of the posts that you are doing. Let me open my Canva again.
because I have reports. I'm coming. Check for my analytics reports. I think you guys have an analytics report template. Use this template. I want to open it. You see all these ones here. You can choose the one you want to put as engagement rate. This is the Instagram analytics. You can use this one. But when I discovered this one, I was like, it's too limiting. It's not covering everything I wanted to cover, basically. So now we're going to do something like this. We're now going to talk about the engagement status. You want to include the KPI that you've chosen. You want to put a screenshot of the stats into the image and you give a short explanation to what you think happened. Okay, let me write it down. You want to, you guys are going to give me a report of your Instagram page. Detailed reports. This one is just a template. You want to include a screenshot of an image and give a short explanation of an image of the analytics. Give a short explanation about what the image is about. So I told you elements should be your friend. So we're coming to grids. I like using grids. Frame, you cannot resize frames like this. So you can put screenshot of your best performing posts. You can put it here. It can be like this. It can be long. Just with the analytics, you know that part that you show just the top analytics, you can put it there with the best performing post. Then you can now come and copy. Let me copy and paste this. This is the best performing post by reach. So I'm going to do Control V. Let's bring it here. Make crazy size. So you can talk about the reach, the comments, the likes. Then you want to give a short explanation about it. You can customize your own in a different way, but you want to be able to do this. And you can duplicate this for 3 other ones like the other ones. Do you get it? Does everybody get that? Then you want to now talk about the story views. Story views. Because a lot of people don't do stories. So you want to have the one for stories also. Because we're doing for Instagram. So you want to have the one for stories also. So you can duplicate and change to stories. But now there's one I want you to know. You cannot outline your goals for the next reports. That's the next one I want to go into. So let me do this. So it's going to be goals, next reports. Stay with me, guys. Stay with me. I have 7 minutes more. I timed myself for this thing. So now the goals for the end report. You will now want to type here. Here, you want to outline what you hope to achieve. Now stay with me, guys. Come in. So, trying to maybe, let me look if I can see another image that I can use, like this one. So let's put this one. All right, just for picture sake. I want to outline. So for example, it can be follower growth. You're not promising, but maybe, for example, maybe follower growth, click-through rate, volume of posts. So let's talk about volume of posts. So you want to talk about the number of times you will share content next month. Then you want to talk about reach rate, the number of users. It's not to give the client specific number, but you want to be able to like work towards that goal. It's like me saying, I want to hit 10K followers before the end of the month. Engagement per follower. So you want to have a number of proposed engagement rates that you will get. Look,
how many number do I want to gather on this post? Do you know what I do now? If I want to get more views on my story, on my views, I don't say anything. I don't even talk. I just make sure I post it on my story. I say, you guys, please like, share. I want to get to this. It works. It works because a lot of people see a lot of things and they just forget and they share and everything. Do you understand? So you just list out some of them. So let me list out some of them that I wrote here for you guys. Volume of follows, click-through rate, maybe bio clicks, people that will go to their bio based on your call to action, volume of posts, reach rate, how many people do you want to reach with your post? Even if you don't reach that number, fine, that's okay. Total engagement, how many number of engagement do you want to have on that post? It's just setting goals. You know how you set goals for yourself. So you put all these things there. Cannot make this one bigger if the space is too much. Do you understand? Now, the last one to end it is you want to talk about the plan going ahead. So you've talked about all this one here. You want to talk about what the plan is going ahead. I don't like this English. Let me change it. Oh, plan going ahead is better. So let me move another. Let me use this one. Okay. So here you want to outline what strategies you are going to use to. Here, you want to outline the strategies you are going to use to achieve those goals you've outlined for next month. Basically, are you going to do more reels? Are you going to do more posts, more carousels? Whatever it is that your plan is to go ahead, you want to outline it here. And then what do? You end okay, thank you. Note, it's not compulsory you use A4. I'm just using A4. You can end with a thank you. Maybe put something like Instagram here. Just say, I like that one. Yeah, put thank you. You don't need this one here. You don't need this one here. Just if you're a designer, you can play around with it. Just say, thank you. And let this one go down. Yes. And this is a 10-page report. Basically, it might be 15, but it's a, how would I say it? It's a very solid social media management report that, apart from, it's different from this one. It's different. It is way concise and it covers a lot that, okay, when your client faces apology, exactly, do you get? And the thing is, once you've developed your template yourself, all you just have to do is substitute, because the goals going forward can always be the same. It will always be the same. It won't change. Do you get? Does everybody understand what I just did? Does everybody understand? And I was able to finish this report in 30 minutes. The template, I was able to finish it in less than 30 minutes, basically. Does everybody understand? Any question? I'm done with today's class. I am. Analytics reports. You people are going to create your own. And you're not just going to create a template. You are going to fill in the report and submit the report. But you know what? You're not submitting next week because we're not having class next week. Taking a break. You are not having a class next week. You have a class. I'll let you know when you're at, but there's no class next week. So don't rush. Take your time. It keeps going off. So you watch when the video is dropped. Don't worry. I'll try as much as possible to drop the video. But I hope you people see that this analytics report is not just an analytics report. It is the analytics report. For the engagement status, do I just choose any post on the feed? No. You choose the best post. You are reporting what the engagement status of the best posts. It's not just any report though. Yeah, it's the best 3 posts that you're still using that analytics report I gave you, but you choose the best posts and that's what you analyze. The best 3 posts. Okay, this post did well. What did I do differently? Did I use a different hashtag? Should I use this one and everything? Is there the difference between social media report and analytics report? No, it's the same thing. But it's the, I was using that one and I'm like, this doesn't really convey what you are doing to the client. It doesn't really show that you know what you are doing. It doesn't really challenge you. That's why I created another one. And I just created another one with you guys here. So this is the report I'm going to be using going forward. And I wanted to teach you so that you stop. You can use that other one. I'm not saying you can use it. You can use this one for your standard clients. If you're working in a company, it's 9 to 5, and they say create report, you want to create a report like this. If you're working with maybe a small business owner and everything that doesn't really check report, you can use that other one. But I'm just giving you options so that you know exactly how to create the reports. Okay, Zoe? You get that? And you don't have to use A4 size. You don't have to use A4 size. You can use the normal presentation style. I'm going to still resize my own when I have the time, but I just wanted to use A4 today because I've not used A4 in a while. Any other question, guys? Ask your question. Ask your question. Ask your question. I'm waiting for your questions. Ask your questions. Any other question? Did everybody understand? Okay, Elsie did. Who else? Please, my Canva assignment, you gave a correction on desktop. I don't understand. I don't know what your Canva assignment is, so maybe you just send it again. KPI means key performance indicators. What are those things you track? What are those metrics you track? Likes, shares, reach, engagement rate, click-through rate, and everything. That's what it means. All right, guys. A KPI is the same thing as goals. No. I think if you want to understand more KPIs, just type it, just Google it. You understand better. So I just give you an example of what KPIs are. So any other question, guys? I don't want it to be too long so that it will be faster to upload. That's why I'm timing myself. A profile visits an important KPI. Yes, they are used to measure the goals. Thank you, Elsie. KPIs, how many profile visits do we get? What's our click-through rate? How many website clicks do we get? Likes, yes, I keep on performance. Shares, keep performance. The post, that means the post is doing well. I think maybe we should have a class on KPIs maybe later on. But yeah, any other question, guys? Any other question? Shall we close? Okay. All right. This is not long, so the recording is not long, so it shouldn't take time to upload, but by Monday you get it by God's grace. That other one was so long, it's almost an hour, and took reducing the size 3 times for it to upload. Can we do an overall summary before sending top performer posts? Depends on you, to be honest. Depends on you. You can do an overall summary before sending it. But I think your overall summary is already showing at the beginning where I said report summary. So it depends on you. All right, guys. See you guys I'll let you know when the next class is, but we've done 2 classes. Oh, no, we? Did you do a class last week? No, we didn't. I'll let you guys know. Bye, everybody. We've done 3 classes in total, yeah. We have 1 more and then workshop together. So yeah, for those that will attend. Bye, everybody. Have a lovely day. Bye. Thank you guys so much for staying. Thank you guys so much.